Before we end today's episode of Intellectual Catholicism, I do have one last thing to say and to share, and so let's do that real quick.
Hi, I'm Father Michael Lee. I am the administrator of St. Luke Byzantine Catholic Church in Sugar Creek, Missouri. And I just wanted to appeal to you today to pray about helping us in our moving project. I've been the administrator of St. Luke for the last 5 years, and in that time we basically have doubled our size. We went from a congregation of kind of the low 30s up almost into the 80s. And we're just really trying to find a new space where we can expand and grow and offer this beautiful apostolic brand of Christianity to anybody that wants to come. So we are just appealing for your help. If you would like to get in and help us to move and to grow and to be able to have this unique and beautiful expression of Catholicism, please visit our website. It's byzantinekc.org. And on the landing page, there's a donate button that will take you to another website that you can donate electronically. We really appreciate anything that you can do, and we're praying for you. God bless.
It is an absolute delight to be here today on Reason and Theology, presenting on the issue of icon veneration. Let me begin by first thanking Michael Lofton for his hospitality, having me in his studio in front of these beautiful icons. It's such a delight. The presentation that I'm giving today is going to be rather long, and so I want to prepare everybody ahead of time. This is a very thorough presentation. It's going through a lot of evidence. So my longest lecture so far has been the 4-hour Peter Eliakim lecture that had about 116 slides. This PowerPoint presentation has around 140 slides. And somebody's going to say, Swan, there's no way that Gavin's going to watch this and respond to this. You're crazy. You're expecting him to watch it. No, my expectation is simply that for anybody who's watching, who really wants a deep dive into the issues, that this PowerPoint presentation will serve that purpose. And I understand that Gavin's a busy man. He's a father. He's a pastor. And so I'm not expecting him to really sit down and watch the whole thing. But I do think the points in this lecture are important, because if he does publish his book on Protestant arguments and icon veneration, this presentation is going to be eminently important to what he's saying. And so for any sympathetic Protestant who wants to hear a full Catholic response, for any Catholic who wants to know how to respond to Gavin Ortlund, this presentation, I think, will be indispensable. And so for Michael on the other side, let's get the PowerPoint on the screen and begin the presentation. So once again, my presentation is going to be responding to Gavin Ortlund on icon veneration. I'm Swan Sona of Intellectual Catholicism, and I'm delighted to be presenting on Reason and Theology. Let's begin. In order to prepare for this lecture, there are 2 previous ones that are going to be helpful. The first is my shorter lecture on icons and doctrinal development, where I talk about the theory of the development of doctrine and how it's going to play out. And I examine some of Gavin's sources just a little bit to see that already in the sources themselves, you see a development from at least one block saying no images in churches to, okay, you can have images in churches, to eventually, the images have further uses and purposes. The other lecture that I'm going to recommend is my presentation on Dustin Quick's channel, Holy Smokes, where I defended the ancient practice of the veneration of saints from Second Temple Jewish sources. And in that presentation, I argue that it is historically probable that the apostles would have known of the veneration of saints based on Second Temple Jewish sources. In that presentation, I don't rely upon later rabbinic sources. I'm going directly to the heart of what would have been in the environment of first century Judaism and early Christianity. And so these 2 presentations, I think, are going to be important. But let me begin with some preliminary remarks then. The first is, Swan, why Gavin? Why are you responding to him in particular? And the reason why is because Gavin, I think, has done a great service in his presentation, insofar as he has given, I think, a very interesting, thoroughly researched argument. And so I want to commend Gavin for that. I'm not being sarcastic when I say this. When I was researching for this presentation, this is among the most intense research that I've done in my life. And along the way, I found myself challenged, growing, and practicing how to be a good critical scholar. And so I want to thank Gavin for his contribution to the conversation. He really is adding something. And I think this presentation today will hopefully be matching the quality of his work. The second question is, Swan, why now? Because, Gavin posted his icons video months and months ago, and you're responding in the middle of May? What's this about? The reason why is because I took Gavin's arguments so seriously that I didn't want to just begin, a month later with a presentation without really researching and looking through everything that Gavin has said, all the arguments at play, the sources in question, and I really wanted to give this argument its fair shake. And so that's why even many months later, I'm now doing this presentation. The other thing is somebody's going to ask, Swan, why are you doing so much in response, right? This is 140 slides. This is crazy. And I want to say the first reason why I'm devoting so much attention is because this topic is of personal importance to me as a Catholic, because this is part of my tradition. This is my family's heritage. And so I want to do what I can in order to give it also its best defense. And as you see in that picture there, me talking to a Byzantine Catholic priest, Father Michael Lee of St. Luke's Byzantine Catholic Church in Sugar Creek, Missouri, a wonderful parish. Please support them as they are trying to move to a different space. When I did the research for this project, I also, not only did I read Nicaea II, but I also visited Byzantine parishes and tried to get myself into the mindset, if you will, of icon veneration. The second thing is that I'm serious about my work. And because of how serious this topic is and how deep the research is, it needs to be given its fair due. And so I know that somebody might say, Swan, Gavin's original video was like an hour and 15 minutes. Why are you going for so long? The reason why is because, once again, I'm very serious about all the points that are there. And so sometimes it's easier to ask the question than it is to hear the answer. The question can be nice and short. The answer might take pages and pages and volumes and volumes. And so I'm trying to do that hard work. The third thing is that this is actually a complicated subject and argument. And the reason why is because Nicaea II is in a different context. It is not addressing Protestants at the Reformation and post-Reformation. It is not addressing that context. Rather, it is addressing the iconoclasts of their time, who were in many ways, like the Catholic brothers have pointed out, Catholic in a lot of their beliefs, but here they weren't. And the point I'm trying to make is that they are also addressing iconoclastic arguments. And so a Protestant in the course of this video might be watching and saying, well, that's not the position. That's not Gavin's position. That's correct, because it's addressing the iconoclasts of their time. And so what I need to do then is translate from the context of Nicaea II into our present day context. It's like, for example, having to translate the New Testament from Greek to Latin and then to English, right? It's a complicated process. Rather than just going from Greek straight to the English, you have to go through all these extra steps so that you are paying attention to the context of Nicaea II and not being anachronistic in your arguments and conclusions. So the contents for today's lecture are the following. I'm going to first articulate Gavin's objections and make sure that as he's watching or as you're watching, okay, Swan does understand the objections. And if I'm mistaken, please correct me. The second thing I'm going to do is list out what my responses are to each of these objections. Then I'm going to give the thesis of the presentation. And then we'll look at two particular objections and we'll conclude from there. So let's begin with what are Gavin's objections to icon veneration. I think the first is that Gavin is arguing that Nicaea II does not allow for any developments from the apostles to the council. Nicaea II is basically saying that the apostles venerated icons like the 8th century iconophiles or iconodules. This is problematic. This is my commentary. This is problematic because development seems to be the only plausible route for a Catholic. Objection 1. Objection 2, the fathers. Gavin argues that the church fathers would not have recognized Nicaea II as a valid development, meaning that even a developmental reading here is implausible. The third objection concerns the anathemas. Gavin argues that it is wrong to anathematize fellow Christians on poor evidence, on non-salvation issues especially. And this third argument is really important because even in the debate between Trent Horn and Gavin Ortlund, as I was listening to Gavin, I noticed among him and many other of my Protestant friends, a kind of moral objection to anathemas. Now, unfortunately, I don't have time to address all three of these objections. In this presentation today, I'll look at objections 1 and 2 because they both concern development and save the anathemas for another time. But my responses to each of these objections is the following. Regarding objection 1, no development. Not only is Nicaea II compatible with development, but the development interpretation is better than Gavin's interpretation of the council. Nicaea II leaves open the precise manner of apostolic icon veneration. That's important. Regarding objection to the fathers, I will offer a plausible developmental history of icon veneration from the apostles to the council, engaging along the way Gavin's uses of the sources. Regarding objection 3, the anathemas, my response is simply that the anathemas of Nicaea II were issued on reasonable grounds. Now, once again, I'm only going to be addressing the first 2 objections, but I want to make a quick comment here. So on Kyle Whittington's channel, I made the comment that I thought Trent Horn and Jimmy Akin in their response had softened the anathemas. I want to strike that from the record because the more I studied the issue, the more I realized that Jimmy and Trent were making valid points to nuance some of the presentation of Gavin on anathemas and also just the nature of anathemas in general. And so I think that they were making valid points, and I don't think that was the most charitable comment from myself. So in intellectual humility, I admit that on camera. So let's go to the thesis then of the presentation, which is simply this. There is a plausible case to be made of development from the apostles to Nicaea II on the matter of image veneration. The subpoints of the presentation are, once again, Nicaea II not only allows for, but implies development from the apostles to the council. Second, there is a plausible development in image veneration from the apostles to the council. So then let's begin with objection 1, no development. And here I want to thank the Catholic brothers because their video and their podcast on the episode concerning Gavin's lecture, this was incredible. I listened to it multiple times in visual and audio mediums, and it really helped me understand Nicaea II. So that video is such a great service. And also they went on my channel, as you see on the left thumbnail icon there, what Nicaea II really taught. And so they are a valuable resource in this conversation. They really lay out what is going on at Nicaea II, the history, the context, and the theology. That's so important. So once again, Gavin's position is that Nicaea II doesn't allow for any development. In Gavin Ortlund's video on best and worst kind of responses to his icon veneration video, around the 36-37 mark, he says, you get to a point where you're really starting to defend the practice and the theology of Nicaea II by pushing against the whole way of thinking at Nicaea II, because Nicaea II did not argue for this as a development. In other words, Gavin is saying that the council is saying that the apostles venerated icons like the 8th century iconophiles. Somebody might say, but Swan, that's not what Gavin's saying. That's such a rigid understanding of his argument. But that's the thing. Gavin's objection requires that Nicaea II allows for no development. In other words, that the apostles venerated icons like the 8th century iconophiles. If not, if Gavin is saying, oh, well, Nicaea II allows for some development, then there is room for development. But precisely because Gavin is saying there is no room for development based on what Nicaea II is saying, therefore, 8th century, 1st century, no difference. As I said before, my position is that Nicaea II is compatible and that the development interpretation is better. Now, let me offer 3 reasons against Gavin's position. First, the decree of the council does not argue in the sort of way we would expect if Gavin's interpretation were correct. You can think about this as a modus tollens argument, right? If A, therefore B, not B, therefore A. So if Gavin's interpretation were correct, we would expect this. We don't see this, therefore Gavin's interpretation is not correct. Similarly, my second reason is that the sessions of the council do not present arguments of the sort we would expect if Gavin's interpretation were correct. The third reason against Gavin's position is that we can identify at minimum what must historically be true for Nicaea II's claims to survive. Now, a reason for my position. The council, I believe, does argue in a way that favors the development interpretation, and I'll explain in more detail what exactly that way is. But let's look at the decree of the council. So in the part of Father Price's wonderful translation of the Acts of the Second Council of Nicaea, this is an expensive book, so thank you to my patrons for helping me. When you get into the 7th and final session of the council, you see the horos, or the decree or definition of the council. Now, Price explains on page 548 that, decree is a better translation than definition, although Price then uses definition throughout the rest of the book. So I'm going to take Price at 548 and just use decree for the sake of the argument. And there you see, once again, my modus tollens argument articulated. So to read from Price again, Father Price, he says, sessions 1 to 6 followed a rapid sequence, with a gap of only 2 or 3 days between each session and the following one. In contrast, session 7 took place a full week after the preceding session. Even if the canons were also approved during this week, this points to a delay for discussion before the text of the Horos was finalized. The text is so timid in advancing a theology of image veneration that this, canons being approved the same week, may appear improbable, but this very timidity may itself have been a result of debate. So the important thing to keep in mind with this commentary is that the Horos, or the decree or definition, is the statement of the council. Gavin will often talk about how, people were saying, well, this part's infallible, this part's not infallible. Leaving that aside for a moment, the council itself is alluding to the idea that it's really the 7th session that is the definitive summary of all the preceding sessions. And so, for example, we can know based on the amount of time that went into preparing for the final session that this is the cumulative summative thought of the council. Moreover, it is the summative statement. If I were to look at, for example, a Supreme Court ruling, if I wanted to know what the Supreme Court ruling is, I could listen to the oral arguments that would go on for hours and hours and hours, but I would really look at the majority opinion. And similarly with Nicaea II, if you want to know what is the theology, what is the ruling of Nicaea II, you would go to the decree, the majority opinion in the 7th session. Now, Father Price does say that the text is timid, and that might seem surprising to Gavin because, remember, the anathemas are issued and the triumphalist rhetoric that's there. But I think there's a point to be made here in Father Price's argument. Because, Price says that the council's appeal to unwritten tradition is, quote, an admission that the written tradition, that is the explicit teaching of the great fathers, was not adequate to establish the doctrine. So I disagree with Price there. I don't think that saying unwritten tradition is a concession of that magnitude. As I say before, this is reading too much because the council is just referencing 2 Thessalonians 2:15 and in keeping with Basil the Great's way of reasoning. And you can look at page 564, footnote 49. But Price does say that some commentators have found the Horos to be a thin and disappointing document, for what it formally lays down is not a particular doctrine about images, but simply that images are to be set up and receive veneration. We may detect behind this the cautious sobriety of Patriarch Tarasios of Constantinople, eager to minimize the grounds for subsequent contention. So notice that even if Nicaea II has triumphalist rhetoric, when you look at the actual context and what's going on, when you look at what the words are actually saying, there is a degree of caution. It's not going so far as to lay out the whole theology of image veneration. And as I'll argue further, it's very careful about what it says historically about the apostles. You need to be able to read past the rhetoric, which is what scholars do all the time with ancient documents, and look at the substance. Now, this is the contested passage, as Gavin Ortlund presents around his video Best and Worst, 3609 mark. He says the following, or rather, the council says the following. The Holy Council exclaimed, once again, 7th session at the end of the decree, or near the end. We all believe accordingly. We all hold the same. We have all signed in accord. This is the faith of the apostles. This is the faith of the fathers. This is the faith of the Orthodox. This is the faith that has sustained the world. Believing in one God to be praised in Trinity, we kiss the honorable images. May those who do not hold accordingly be anathema. May those who do not believe accordingly be driven far away from the church. We follow the ancient legislation of the Catholic Church. We observe the decrees of the fathers. We anathematize those who either add anything or remove anything from the church. We anathematize the intrusive innovation of the accusers of Christians. So the interesting thing here is that what Gavin's going to emphasize is, look, when it says this is the faith of the apostles, it's saying maybe something along the lines of the apostles were venerating icons like the 8th century iconodules. This is what it is saying. But what is this in This is the Faith of the Apostles? Surprisingly enough, even though this is sounding like this is the ruling of the council, because in a way it is the ruling of the council, but it's confirming its decision. So you have to go back and look at what actually was the decision. What is the this in this is the faith of the apostles? And so that context is so important, because if you just look at this text, you might think, oh, well, it's saying image veneration in a very precise 8th century iconodual way. That's the faith of the apostles. Well, there's some flexibility there, because you need to look at what the actual decision is. So we can then ask the question, does the faith of the apostles, according to Nicaea II, include kissing images in the sense that the apostles themselves kissed images and the like? Let's look at these two questions. What is this in this is the faith of the apostles? Well, when you go back a few pages, you see the decision of Nicaea II articulated. We therefore decree with all care and precision that venerable and holy images made in colors or mosaic or other fitting materials, in the same way as the figure of the honorable and life-giving cross, are to be dedicated in the holy churches of God, on sacred vessels and vestments, on walls and panels, in houses and in the streets, namely, the image of our Lord and God and Savior Jesus Christ, of our Immaculate Lady, the Holy Theotokos, and of honorable angels and all the holy and sacred men. So the decision of the council has three parts. The first is that you have here that there are venerable and holy images. The second is that they can be in churches. The third is that they can be imitations or depictions of certain persons. So these are the three things that Nicaea II is saying, this is the faith of the apostles. That is that there are venerable and holy images that can be in churches of saints. That's the decision. So when we look at these three parts of the decree, let's keep asking ourselves the question, but in what sense are 1 to 3 apostolic or the faith of the apostles? Were the apostles installing images in churches exactly as the 8th century iconodules were doing? Or did the apostles simply acknowledge that there could be such a category as venerable and holy images in Christian liturgy? Apostolic could mean something as strict as one-for-one historical correspondence, 1st century, 8th century, exactly the same. Or it could mean apostolic in the sense of, for example, if I'm to preach the gospel, well, yes, Swan is preaching the apostolic doctrine. He is preaching the substance and theology of what the apostles are saying. It's not saying that Swan's sermon or homily is literally word for word what Paul preached or Peter preached, right? But it's the substance, it's the general core. And so we can then go to the second question now. Does the faith of the apostles include kissing images in the sense that the apostles themselves kissed images and the like? Well, let's look at the reasoning of the decree. We need to look at the text and understand it fully. So when it gives the reasoning for the decision, Nicaea II begins by affirming the Christology of the previous councils. It then goes on to talk about sacred art being apostolic and profitable. So it says the following, quote, "We preserve without innovation all the traditions of the church that have been laid down for us, whether written or unwritten. One of these is reproduction in painted images as something that is in harmony with the narration of the gospel message for the confirming of the real and in no way phantasmal incarnation of God the Word, and which serves us by conferring the same benefit." So notice here that Nicaea II is explicitly saying that something does go back to the apostles. What is that something? Reproduction in painted images. It's saying that specific thing does go back to the apostles. Okay, that's something, but does it say anywhere explicitly that the apostles were venerating icons like the 8th century iconodules? Let's look further. The second point to make up the second point is that it's saying sacred art is sanctifying. It has a valid cultic purpose. It has a real positive place in the life of a Christian. Quote, "For it is to be the extent that they are constantly seen, that is the saints through depiction and images, that those who behold them are spurred to remember and yearn for their prototypes." All right, so sacred art, that art can be sanctifying, is apostolic, and it's good. That's simply the second point. Now, the third thing that it articulates the council is that veneration is truly distinct from worship. Quote, "They are to be accorded greeting and the veneration of honor, not indeed the true worship corresponding to our faith, which pertains to the divine nature alone, but in the same way as this is accorded to the figure of the honorable and life-giving cross, to the holy gospels, and to other sacred offerings." Fourth and finally, and this is really crucial, I think this is the argument that's going to get us to the home stretch, It is the veneration principle. For the honor paid to the image passes over to the prototype, and whoever venerates the image venerates in it the hypostasis of the one who is represented. This is crucial because I think the veneration principle is really one of the fundamental axioms of the entire council's reasoning. So when we go then from the reasoning of the council, we can summarize then the arguments as such. The first is that it's mentioning the fact that the incarnation has done something important. It's this: the dignity of Christ's invisible deity was not diminished by his visible humanity. And so the visible can bring us true spiritual nourishment. There are some church fathers who had very Platonic arguments, and Plato famously argued that art is bad because it's an imitation. And even some fathers seem to be almost, well, some sources, I should say, almost seem to be having a Gnostic theology where they talk about like the visible, the earthly, the material as being bad and inferior. But if that's true, then what about the flesh of God, the Word? What about the flesh of God, the Son, that was visible, that was corporeal, that was real human flesh? Is that bad? Well, surely not, because it is God. Jesus is God. And so the incarnation then brings in an interesting dimension, because if we can say, when we look at the image of God, when we look at Christ standing before us, that is God, he is the Lord. Well, we're saying there that we're not separating his flesh and his divinity. We're saying that this person, God the Son, with this human nature, that his human nature is not evil, it's good, it's life-giving. And so in a way then, the incarnation vindicates the visible world. It shows that the visible world is not always evil. The visible world is not always bad. In fact, because God has lifted up human nature, he has lifted up a part of the creation to himself, the flesh of Jesus Christ. That is beautiful. Second is apostolicity, right? And so the authorization to create and use sacred art is of apostolic origin. And so I think that might serve to explain then, like, you know, if sacred art is so good, then why would the apostles have banned it, right? Surely they wouldn't have done that. And so there are some ways in which you can articulate then how art would have an apostolic origin. So incarnation, apostolicity. Third is that throughout the council, it refers to how, for example, images and their veneration are part of the identity of the church. It's our family heritage. It's part of, you know, when you come to the table, this is part of what it means to be part of the Catholic Church. This is part of what it means to be, you know, in the Sona family, right? Part of the Lofton family. These are part of our identity. And so much so that to reject them is to depart from the church and to deny its indefectibility. So once again, the argument seems to be that, look, the church, the Catholic Church is indefectible, and so it can't be wrong on this issue. The tradition can't be wrong on this issue. But moreover, it is that this is part of our identity. So much so that, this can't be an issue where we just say, let's agree to disagree. That's part of our identity. It would almost be as if like a Latin Rite Catholic, said, I'm not going to adore the Blessed Sacrament. What? Like, do you not then believe in transubstantiation? Do you not believe that that is the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Christ? Right? That's part of the identity of at least the Latin Rite tradition. Fourth thing I'll say is that, once again, the veneration argument's important because it's saying that since image veneration is a valid extension of saint veneration via the veneration principle, saints can be venerated through their images. So these are the four principal arguments of Nicaea II. Notice that it's not saying really anywhere that the apostles kissed and bowed to images. In fact, the council never explicitly directly says that. It's saying, look, the incarnation says that the visible material world is good. All right, so that knocks out a lot of Platonic and Gnostic arguments. It says that, look, the ability to use sacred art, the recognition that art can be good, that goes back to the apostles. The third thing then is that, this is the part of the identity of the church, and the church is indefectible, all right? And similarly, we can venerate sacred art because ultimately the veneration that we give to the art is going to the one who is represented, the saint, that saint who we can venerate, right? And the council does explicitly say that at least veneration of saints does go back to the apostles. And so the council is putting all of these together, and I think once you put that formula together, you get Nicaea II. Okay, so notice once again, that the decree, the only thing that the decree explicitly and totally ties back to the apostles from the age of the council is the creation and use of sacred art. That's interesting to note. The second thing is that, when Father Price was talking about timidity, I think this is actually a form of timidity or simply caution, right? Not fear, but caution, because Nicaea II is vague on how much it actually commits to the time of the apostles. Now, let's ask the question then, does the faith of the apostles include kissing images in the sense that the apostles themselves kissed images? Well, not necessarily, right? Nicaea II largely avoids making direct historical claims about apostolic icon veneration. Nicaea II is simply saying that the apostles historically taught, to whatever extent of formal clarity, the theology of icon veneration. So did the apostles teach the incarnation? Surely they did. Did the apostles teach that sacred art could be useful and profitable? We'll look into the historical evidence for that. Did the apostles teach the indefectibility of the church and the images being part of the identity of the church? Well, we'll look into that. But I think that for a Protestant who's going into this conversation, and even Gavin said in one of his videos, look, the church is saying here that it's infallible. We're saying it's not. So just appealing to infallibility won't be the most effective way to deal with Gavin's objection. Because Gavin's kind of saying, well, no, I'm showing you a falsification of infallibility. So, I could try to defend the magisterium here, but I've done that elsewhere. I don't feel the need to do it here again. Let's just look at the other points. And then the last thing is, did the apostles teach something like the veneration principle? Or is the veneration principle simply part of common sense, as Jimmy Aiken articulated? We'll look into that. Now, somebody might say, but Swan, look at the contested passage where it says, this is the faith of the apostles. This is the faith of the fathers. Believing in one God to be praised in Trinity, we kiss the honorable images. Look, Swan, it is saying that to kiss the honorable images, that is the faith of the fathers. That is the faith of the apostles. You can't get around the Swan. You're trying to wiggle around here. May those who do not hold accordingly be anathema. Oh, strictly speaking, Nicaea II is saying we kiss the honorable images because we believe in the triune God. Okay. In what sense is this chain of reasoning apostolic? I mean, is it apostolic because the apostles historically made the exact same argument? Well, I don't think Nicaea II is saying that. I think Nicaea II is saying, look, the doctrine of the Trinity, which is an apostolic doctrine, they believe gets us somehow to icon veneration, and we'll see how they argue for that. But notice that it's saying, like, this is the faith of the apostles because it follows from an apostolic doctrine. That is the doctrine of the Trinity. And I would argue that it's the latter. Because if you're going to argue really that when it's saying we kiss the honorable images because we believe in the triune God, that the apostles made that exact historical argument, that's reading a lot into the text. Rather, I think it's simply just saying, look, the logic of the Trinity somehow gets you to honorable images. And so it's not making there a precise historical claim necessarily. It might be at least minimally saying, look, the apostles taught the Trinity, and the Trinity gets you to image veneration. That doesn't mean necessarily that the exact argument itself, the whole thing was used by the apostles. Just that historically the doctrine of the Trinity can get you to icon veneration. And in the next session, in the next section on the sessions, you'll see kind of how they use the Trinity in Nicaea II for icon veneration. So notice here that the definitive statement of the council does not argue in the sort of way we'd expect if Gavin's interpretation were correct. We would expect to see the decree to try and argue that the apostles venerated icons in the same way as the 8th century iconophiles. You can read that into the text, but the explicit text, what it's saying is that it only connects the creation and use of sacred art back to the apostles, and then it uses other theological arguments to then get us from that to image veneration. So I think, therefore, Gavin's interpretation here is not correct. But somebody might say, Swan, sure, maybe you can get that here, but what about the sessions? What about the whole council? Well, buckle your seatbelts, because I went through the sessions of the council. You see all these notes here and sticky notes. I looked through the sessions of the council. Hundreds of pages. And what I found was simply this. The sessions of the council do not argue in the sort of way we would expect if Gavin's interpretation were correct. It does not argue in the sessions either that the apostles venerated icon in the same way as the 8th century iconophiles. That's not the axiom. That's not the way of reasoning of the council. There's a nuance here that's being missed. And so I think that Gavin's interpretation here is not correct once again. So in this section of the presentation, what I want to do is look at Nicaea II's use of historical sources. How was it viewing the fathers? The second thing I want to do is look at then examples from each of the sessions. Not the 7th session, because we just looked at that, but sessions 1 through 6. And in the presentation I'm giving you, because, you know, a lot of people might not have time to read hundreds of pages or spend $80 on this book, you're going to get basically the summary of Nicaea II, so that you don't have to go out and buy this. Sorry, Father Price, I don't, you know, you might want the money from the sales, but I'm going to try to give it to the people here for free, right? What Nicaea II was arguing. And so the quotes that I'm having here have a certain selection criteria behind why I chose them. The first is that I'm only looking at the authentic corpus. So in the footnotes of Price's commentary and Price's translation, if it has PS for pseudo, I'm not going to mention it in the presentation, right? Because if it's not authentic, you know, we're not concerned with that. The second thing is that I'm going to look at sources before the 7th and 8th centuries. So before the 600s and before the 700s, because I want to just see how far back we can go with the evidences. And somebody might say, oh, well, Swan, the 7th century, that's too late. Okay, but maybe if you get to the 5th and the 4th and the 3rd and the 2nd and the 1st, that might be better. All right, so I'm not going to look at evidence before, after the 7th century. The third thing I'm going to look at are sources that are relevant to the debate on images. So if the argument is used, if the argument that I mentioned in one of the quotes is used, you know, in the definition, I'll mention that, even if it's from the 7th and 8th centuries, because that's important for the definition. I'm also going to try and find sources that reveal the reasoning of the council and that are broadly representative in quantity. And so I want to emphasize here that somebody might say, well, Swan, you just contradicted yourself in points 2 and 3. In general, what I'm trying to do is give you a general layout of the authentic corpus of the council. And so I'm not trying to, you know, follow these rules, let's say, so strictly, except the authenticity criterion. But everything else, I'm trying to give you a feel for what the council is teaching. So I fully admit that, yeah, some of these standards might conflict a little bit, but I'm trying to give you the broad representation of what Nicaea II was saying in its authentic corpus. Now, somebody might be saying, but Swan, look, some of the pseudo sources are actually integral to the council's reasoning. So by you leaving them out, you're leaving out something that's actually relevant, because if the pseudo source says something like the apostles venerated icons, then that just kind of ends your case right there. Well, from my reading of Nicaea II, I don't think there are any claims in pseudonymous sources that aren't also made in authentic sources. Moreover, my presentation will hopefully show that even the authentic corpus is enough to make the council's point. Even if something in the pseudonymous sources says, like, the veneration of images comes from the apostles, I would also agree with that, right? And I'll explain further in the presentation, once we get into the second objection, the fathers, how that can be true without having that necessarily being the same thing as how 8th century icon veneration looked. You can say that the apostles taught image veneration without it necessarily looking like 8th century image veneration. The fundamental stable point, the fundamental connection, is simply that images were in some way venerated. The last thing I'll look at in this section is the curious case of St. Luke's icon. I'll explain in more detail what exactly that means. And I do want to mention, too, that Father Price makes an interesting point. Basically, in this quote here on page 3, footnote 15, you know, Father Price points out that, you know, sometimes people are going to say, like other scholars, that, oh, you know, Nicaea II used so many pseudonymous sources. And yes, there are pseudonymous sources, just as there were pseudonymous sources on both sides. I think all Catholic apologists are willing to admit that both sides didn't have perfect, pristine historical criticism and perfect, pristine sources. But Price points out here, they didn't really use as many forgeries as people think. And I would argue now, this is not Price comments, but mine, the authentic corpus is, I think, impressive, and it can get you to Nicaea II's decision. All right, so first let's look at Nicaea II's use of historical sources. Remember, we need to get into the context of Nicaea II and understand how it's using historical sources. Because for us today, we might view using historical sources to establish the authenticity of things from a very modern historical critical perspective, right? We're wanting to see all the dots exactly line up consistently over time, and that's how we're going to verify if something goes back to the 1st century. Or we want the sources to be within living memory, which is a valid concern. But that's not really the way of using history in the council. Father Price says on page 3, the fathers of Nicaea II would have found this whole debate bizarre. Their concern was not to argue that veneration of images went back to the beginning rather than the end of the 7th century, but that it had the support of the great church fathers of the 4th and 5th centuries and went back through them to the apostles themselves. Now, why the fathers of the 4th and 5th centuries? Because of the Council of Nicaea, because of the triumph of Orthodox Christology, because of the fundamental birth, right, of the ecumenical council system, of coming together universally, of being on the same page. I mean, Nicaea constitutes such an important part of the development of valid historical Christian theology. And so Nicaea II isn't using kind of a 1st century argument and then building up all the way to the 7th century, or excuse me, the end of the 7th century into the 8th century. That can be part of it. But what it's saying is we were going to look at the 4th and 5th century fathers, our most orthodox, our most important, our most fundamental sources. And based on their theology, because they preserved the theology of the apostles and triumphed against the Arians, because they triumphed against heresy and got us to where we are, these particular fathers are going to get us back to the apostles. That's very important. Now, there are multiple ways in which image veneration can go back through them, that is the 4th and 5th century fathers, to the apostles themselves, right? So maybe the 4th and 5th century fathers are using arguments that they exactly got from the apostles word for word, right? Maybe that's one possibility. You can call that the maximalist view. Or simply the fathers of the 4th and 5th centuries are using certain arguments and theologies that are compatible with what the apostles taught in substance, a more broad kind of minimalist view, right? So there are various ways that you can interpret then what it means for the theology of the 4th and 5th century fathers to go back to the apostles themselves. Is it a one-for-one correspondence, like when Basil uses arguments about images, Paul used the exact same argument, or the apostles taught something where it didn't rule out Basil later using that argument? That's a possibility. So let's look at the evidence. So session 1, it's not, at least in my opinion, very relevant. I looked at the summary to save time, and it just looked like a lot of, council bureaucratic stuff. And so, there might be some relevant things here, but it's more like setting up things for the council. I want to look at session 2. So session 2 kind of opens with Pope Hadrian's letter to the council. So let's look at each of the citations here. On page 159, Pope Hadrian mentions the Acts of Sylvester, which was written about maybe the 5th century. I tried my best to date when these sources were, and if it's incorrect, then I'm open to being corrected. But these are best approximations. It says here, then Saint Sylvester sent a deacon with instructions to produce an image of the apostles. All right, so we're having a source here in the 4th century that uses images positively, because this is actually going on into the source itself, saying that this is a positive thing to do, to have an image of the apostles around the 400s, excuse me. Now, here's what Pope Hadrian says. Note what this presupposes. Right from the holy origin of our faith, figures of saints were to be found among all Christians, and sacred figures, both carved and painted, were found in their churches, with the purpose that the heathenism of pagans, on seeing the depiction of the narrative of divine scripture, would turn from the worship of idols and the effigies of demons to the true light of Christianity and the cultivation of the love of God. What was at the holy origin of our faith? The creation of sacred images, the reproduction, the production of images. That's what he's saying goes back to the origin. Now, maybe veneration in some way is being presupposed here, but what he's saying here is, look, at the origin of the faith, they made art. And they used art for sacred purposes of evangelism, of convincing the heathens. Okay, so where's the bowing and kissing? Where are the apostles doing all these things? Well, no, at the origin, They're just saying here, figures of saints were made, and this had a valid purpose in the church. To go on, then, he mentions Old Testament arguments, how God was pleased when monuments and altars were made. And then he reads, especially from, and I'll especially highlight page 162, where he says, "Note this, most serene lords and great princes, my sons. None of the things that human reflection devises in praise of God are to be forbidden, but they are agreed instead to be wholly acceptable to the Lord our Creator." Now he uses an argument from the Old Testament. "For this same Jacob, by indeed his own will, kissed the tip of the staff of his son Joseph, doing this through the love of the faith, as the blessed Paul the apostle testifies in the letter of the Hebrews, Hebrews 11:21. He showed the emotions of love and honor, not to the staff as if it is the only thing being venerated and honored, or not the staff as an end in itself, but to the one that was holding it. It is likewise out of love and affection we have towards God and his saints, that we in our turn, when painting their honorable effigies and images, do not pay honor to tablets and colors, but to those in whose honor they exist." Now, I'm not sure what translation of the Old Testament, Pope Hadrian was using, probably maybe the Septuagint. But when you look at Hebrews 11:21, it just says that Jacob, as he was dying, blessed each of the sons of Joseph and worshipped, leaning on top of his staff. Oh, leaning. Almost looks like bowing, doesn't it? So that's interesting then. You have an act of bowing or leaning towards the staff of the sons of Joseph, or really, I think the staff is actually belonging to Joseph and it's given to the sons, if I'm not mistaken. And therefore, in doing this action, he is showing honor by bending to something that is a man-made artifact. Oh. That's interesting. I almost didn't remember reading that in the book of Hebrews until Pope Hadrian brought it up. That seems to be something. Pope Hadrian likewise mentions the Ark of the Covenant, the bronze serpent, the ornamentation of Solomon's temple is mentioned. And then at the bottom of the next page, Gregory of Nyssa, 4th century's testimony of weeping due to the image of the binding of Isaac is mentioned. Gregory's commentary on the Song of Songs is then read, where he says that the one who looks at an image can be, quote, perfected through the artistic use of colors, just as, quote, in the art of painting, the matter that perfects the imitation of something living consists wholly of various dyes. Notice that a lot of Platonic critiques of art that some of the church fathers or some of the sources had we're arguing that, art is bad because it's just an imitation of reality. You want to go to the reality itself, not the art, because the art is just mimicry. Gregory of Nyssa doesn't seem to be using that Platonic line of reasoning. Gregory is saying that one can be perfected through the artistic use of colors, that art can actually be sanctifying. And this is from the 4th century. Interesting. Similarly, Basil of Caesarea, 4th century, notes that written words and paintings, quote, have spurred many to bravery. Art has a sanctifying use. Now, Price does say in the 103rd footnote, his concern is not to commend painted images, which is true in one sense, because in the broader context of the quote, it's talking about how, you can use images to move people into battle, and he's using a particular example. So, commending painted images is not the primary emphasis, but Father Price's commentary is a little off here because, you have to presuppose in some way that he's viewing art positively because he's saying it can move men to bravery. Even if that's not the primary emphasis, that is still built into the argument. Because if art is bad, then how can it do this good thing of moving people into bravery? So, there's some nuance there in Father Price's commentary. Now, somebody will say, oh, but Swan, okay, you're citing Basil Caesarea on page 165, but at footnote 102, it says that, there's a pseudo-Basil quote. Guess what? I skipped that one. So that one is not in the presentation. I watched out for those pseudo quotes. So that false quote does assert image veneration explicitly going back to the apostles. Now, somebody might say, oh, well, Swan, your case is just knocked out. Well, no, I think that can be true, that image veneration goes back to the apostles, but I don't necessarily think that it means that 8th century image veneration is necessarily what is the target there. And so I think the authentic corpus is what we need to run with. because I think even the authentic corpus itself is enough to get us to the home stretch. On pages 166 and 167, oh, and I should also say too, that the council itself, when it talks about veneration, also doesn't limit veneration to what it conceives of in the 8th century. So somebody might say, well, no, Swan, actually, you just gave away your whole case, because the council understood image veneration to mean 8th century image veneration. And I would say, no, actually, it understood veneration to mean a whole wide range of things. And so there's flexibility there. Once again, it doesn't necessarily have to be a one-for-one correspondence. And so that's how I'd respond to that objection. Even if we're believing a source that said image veneration went directly back to the apostles, I don't think that means the council necessarily read 8th century image veneration into image veneration more broadly, because it does use veneration in a wide way. That's important. Now, on pages 166 to 167, Athanasius of the 4th century uses the analogy of an image being cleaned to how salvation recovers the image of God within us. So notice there that, if images are these horrible, decrepit things, why would you use it to be an illustration of salvation? There seems to be at least this idea that, yeah, images aren't bad. They aren't intrinsically evil, right? And they can actually be used for communicating the message of the gospel, for articulating Orthodox Christology. And that's one of the claims of Nicaea too, that with the depictions of Christ, God the Word, God the Logos, because Jesus had physical human flesh and was visible and real, and we depict in art his humanity, his flesh, that reinforces the in no way phantasmal incarnation of God the Word. Right. So notice here that, okay, these 4th and 5th century fathers are using images then in a way that doesn't rule them out as totally bad, but actually profitable in the gospel. Right. Now, of course, Gavin might say, well, Swan, I agree with that. And it's like, yes, but don't worry, we're building up here. So I'm just trying to go through the examples of the council. Ambrose in the 4th century writes, surely when we worship both his Godhead and his flesh, we are not dividing Christ. Or when we worship in him both the image of God and the cross. Wait, so the cross, right, in some way maybe is connected to the cult of Christ, the image of the cross? Are we dividing him? Perish the thought. So what he's saying here is that, look, when we worship Christ, and we worship him as the icon of God, as I believe it's Paul who articulates that, and then we also maybe use the cross in our cult of worshiping and honoring him, we're not dividing him into multiple different individuals. It's all the same Christ. Oh, it's all going back to Christ, even if we use that image of the cross. Epiphanius in the 4th century writes, so too an emperor does not, by having an image, become two emperors, but he is one emperor along with the image. That is a very subtle nod to the veneration principle, because the veneration principle is not saying that when I honor the image, I honor the image apart from the prototype. It's saying that I am honoring the prototype through the image. And so it's not two emperors, it's not two saints, it's not two separate objects. They are connected, and that image serves as the bridge, almost like, using a cellular device or using an iPad, right, to communicate with somebody. By talking to the iPad, by talking to the FaceTime device, I'm not just talking to the phone and the electrical circuitry. I'm talking to the one that the image represents, which might be my mother, my father, good friends, or even Brother Gavin, right? So let's debrief the second session. No direct historical claim is made about how the apostles venerated icons, except that right from the holy origin of our faith, figures of saints were found among all Christians, and sacred images, or figures both carved and painted, were found in their churches. All right, so that is basically what the horos, the decree of the council, said explicitly, that the creation of images goes back to the apostles. Now, Hadrian does not specify how exactly these images were venerated, although some form of veneration appears to be assumed. Many 4th century fathers also see good in images, and that's important as well. I even think that in Epiphanius you might have, and other fathers, how do I put it? The veneration principle in proto form. Okay, let's look at session 3. It opens with Theodore of Jerusalem's letter. He says, quote, the apostolic traditions of the church which taught us to honor, venerate, and cleave to the saints, we accept and embrace, honoring them as styled servants and friends and sons of God. For the honor paid to the right-minded among our fellow servants is a display of goodwill towards our common master. So this is interesting because what Theodore is saying is that, yes, we venerate saints in order to ultimately bring glory to our common master, the Lord Jesus Christ and the Blessed Trinity, right? And so that's important because for people who are wondering about saint veneration, this is a bit of an aside, but for those who are wondering about saint veneration, we are honoring, if you will, the saint. We're honoring the master through his creation. What we're saying is, for example, if I look at a beautiful painting and I exclaim, wow, Pablo Picasso earlier in his career was such a wonderful painter, I'm saying something about Picasso. Similarly, if I say to a saint, Christ has made you so beautiful and holy, how wonderful must Christ be? That's how veneration works. That's what veneration is doing. It's not moving us closer to the saint in exclusion of Christ. It is moving us to Christ through the saint. To see if this is how wonderful St. Maximilian Kolbe is, if this is how wonderful and life-giving St. Therese of Lisieux is, then how wonderful must Christ be, who is the fount of all holiness and sweetness and life itself. That's how Saint Veneration works in Catholicism. Christ the Lord has given us the relic of the saints, he continues, as saving springs, since they pour out benefits to the sick in so many ways, gushing with the myrrh of fragrance and casting out demons. Interesting, because we see now in session 3, relics being mentioned. At the end of the debrief, I'll mention why there is a connection between relics and icons. So Theodore continues, together with them, we also venerate and embrace the holy and venerable images, namely of God the Word, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who became man for our sake and took the form of a servant. Now, he does here emphasize that images of Christ do not depict the invisible Godhead, right? Images of Christ do not try and capture and take all the deity of Christ and put it into merely materials of wood and clay and so on and so forth. And that was actually an argument that the iconoclasts at Hieria used. Hieria had this view that somehow by depicting, the infinite invisible God, even Jesus Christ, who is the infinite invisible God, right? That's his person, that somehow it was constraining the divine nature. Now, Protestants would say, surely, I think that, well, that's not what we're saying. Correct, but they are responding to the kind of interesting arguments of the Council of Hieria, which is not an ecumenical council, which is, at least in Catholic and Orthodox theology, a pseudo-false council. For although he was God and invisible, he appeared and was seen on earth and dwelt among men, and underwent exhaustion, hunger, and thirst by the law of our nature that he put on. We venerate the image of Christ, that is, the outward form that was seen by men, though not separated from the invisible Godhead, perish the thought, but united to it in a perfect assumption. So here we can already see then something like the communication of the idioms coming out, where there's an explanation of how we can say, Jesus is God, Jesus died, and therefore we can say things like God died, right? Because it's referring to the person that is the Logos that became incarnate, right? But when we say God incarnate, that doesn't mean it's a totally different person. It is God the Son incarnate. It's the same person. Some people will try to say, for example, that Mary was not the mother of God, but the mother of God incarnate. Okay, but it's both times God. It's God on both circumstances, right? So it's still fundamentally the same person. Mary is the mother of God. Whether you want to say mother of God or mother of God incarnate, it's the same fundamental person, God. Jesus, that is his person, God the Son. We also honor and venerate the image of the one who gave birth to him ineffably, his immaculate mother, the Holy Theotokos, and our holy unblemished Lady. We should also honor the images of the holy apostles, prophets, and victorious martyrs, the saints and the righteous as friends of God, not worshiping the material and the colors. So this is important because it's not the case that when we venerate an icon, we are terminating in the image itself, but being led through them by the eyes of the mind to the prototype and paying honor to that, knowing, according to Basil the Great, 4th century, that honor paid to the image passes over to the prototype. And here I do want to make a point here that, when we think about the connection between icons and relics, relics and icons both move the eyes of the mind to the prototype. Okay, that's the connection there. So I kind of gave away the later part of the presentation, but I'll re-articulate that. That's how you connect relics and icons in the cult of the saints. Anyway, the Ark of the Covenant is mentioned. And then he talks about here the second commandment, and he says, divine scripture condemns those who venerated things carved, but it is condemning those who also sacrifice to demons. The sacrifices of the pagans are to be rejected, but those of the righteous are to be accepted. The sacred images, as a more material form of scripture, ought to be honored for the sake of their prototypes. All right, so he's addressing a particular kind of argument. And there, I know that Gavin kind of said that the whole kind of way to wiggle out by saying, oh, well, it's pagan images versus Christian images, that's invalid. I'm going to address that objection later on in the presentation. Let's keep going. So as we debrief once again on session 3, no direct historical claim is made about how the apostles venerated icons, although the practice of venerating saints and relics is mentioned. Similarly, St. Basil's veneration principle is mentioned, and this is the rallying cry of the council. It's repeated so many times that I think this is I wouldn't say it's the only argument, but is the fundamental argument that of Nicaea II. And then once again, the communication of the idioms looms in the background. Although God is invisible, Jesus is God and visible without conflict. And then what's the connection between icons and relics? Both are visible objects that call to mind the saint and can thereby be sanctifying for the believer. And so the emphasis here is that, if we can venerate saints and if we can use objects like relics to move us to the prototype, then why can't we also use an image that does the same purpose of moving our mind to the prototype as well, the eyes of the mind, as I believe Theodore said, right? So that's the connection between icons and relics. And that's why the fathers of the council are using relics as a way of justifying icons, because both are visible means of venerating saints. Both of them are visible. Both of them are ways of doing this particular thing. Both of them are part of the cult of venerating saints. All right, so the fourth session. This is probably the most important session of the council in terms of just seeing how much of it actually transfers over into the final session. So it's 118 pages. This is a lot to work through. So there are many quick examples that are used by the council here, like the Ark of the Covenant, the tabernacle, the temple, the tabernacle, Moses making an image of the cherubim, second commandment against idols in particular, not images in general. God is not opposed to being visible, right? So you can't say that the visible world is somehow bad, as some sources will say. And there's a typological argument here. So the typological argument is that the most holy patriarch Tarasio said, if the old, that is the old covenant people, the Old Testament, had cherubim overshadowing the mercy seat of the ark where God dwelled, then we shall have images of our Lord Jesus Christ and of the Holy Theotokos and his saints overshadowing the altar. So notice that's very interesting that they're saying if the old had it, then the new can have it as well. St. John Chrysostom is mentioned, a 5th century source. He says, what happened was a lesson in devotion. For led continually as they were to remember that name and to keep that saint in mind, he's describing a certain cultic phenomenon, they used the name to banish all irrational emotion and thought. And this became so frequent that everywhere in the districts, the marketplace, the fields, and the streets, his name, that is the name of the saint, re-echoed from all sides. You have been affected not so much by the name on its own, as by the very form of his body. For what you did with names, this you have done with his image as well. For many have impressed that holy image on rings on the finger, on cups and bowls, on the walls of rooms, and indeed everywhere, so as not only to hear that holy name, but also to see the form of his body everywhere and have a twofold consolation for his departure. So notice that St. John Chrysostom, when he's describing Christian veneration practices in the 400s, he's saying, yeah, people were using images. They had it in their shops. They had it in all these different places. And they were using it because they believed that it had certain powers, not in itself, but through the saint in question. And, because this is so good, I just want to make sure that this is, let's see here, not pseudonymous. Okay, yeah, so it's not. I'm looking at the page here. All right, this is authentic. I'm looking to make sure. I'm trying to be careful. Okay. Peter, the most sacred bishop of Nicomedia, said, if John Chrysostom says this about images, who still dares to say anything against them? Now, this might be a bit of a, nice, Yeah, okay, hooray, right? But I think this goes to the logic of the council, because it's saying we're not just going to do any broad head count of what anybody said. We're going to go to the most orthodox fathers because they knew the teaching of the apostles. And what did they say? What did they teach? What did they endorse? And through them, you will then find the teaching of the apostles. Notice that there's a difference in method here between what Gavin did in his presentation, what a general modern historian might do, and how the council is reasoning. And I'll offer a defense of that reasoning also later in the presentation. Similarly, Gregory of Nyssa weeping at the binding of Isaac is mentioned again. There's the argument of the usefulness of images in depicting and enhancing biblical stories. St. Gregory Nazianzen, 4th century, on the power of even secular images, of even, a pagan philosopher, Polemon, where a prostitute was looking at the image and somehow compelled to not engage in the evil act. And so people point out that, okay, images do have this sanctifying purpose in general. They also cite from Eusebius in the 4th century when he depicts or talks about the woman suffering from bleeding, the hemorrhaging woman in the Gospels, allegedly building a statue of Christ. And this goes back to the time of the 1st century, obviously. So this is then an example of, at least in even Eusebius, who Gavin Ortlund praised as being the father of church history, second to none. He's saying here that there's this belief that the woman suffering from bleeding built a statue of Christ and that the statue is working miracles to this day. Okay, so then that's an idea, that's a claim that, once again, as the council said, the production of images goes back to the apostles or the apostolic times. Here's an example. The hemorrhaging woman, she built a statue in honor of the Lord after the miracle that was performed upon her. Asterius of Asia, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly, so forgive me, praises the painting of a martyr, Euphemia, by a Corinthian artist. Okay, so once again, in the 300s, there's references to positive views on images that are being used. The council cites Leontios of Neapolis in the 7th century. So once again, this is one of the later sources that I said that I would try to avoid. But he uses the examples of Pharaoh, Jacob venerating Pharaoh, and Esau, who prostrated and venerated Esau, the relics of martyrs, God's use of wood in the Old Testament for holy purposes, images in the Old Testament, and mentions a version of St. Basil's veneration principle. All right, so here are some relevant sources. There is a defense of veneration as being really distinct from worship. Similarly, there is a negative argument or negative version of the veneration principle, wherein the following is said: for just as he who does violence to an image of the emperor suffers a just penalty as if he had actually dishonored the emperor, even though the image is nothing other than wood and colors mixed and compounded with wax, in the same way, he who dishonors the depiction of someone insults the person whose depiction it is. Okay, so I mean, this seems to be almost common sense, right? And actually, you'll see in the second quote down, that's what they say. Athanasius of the 4th century defends worshiping God the Son, though he is the image of the Father. So he's just an image, right? Jesus is just the image of the Father. He's not actually like consubstantial, the same substance, right? No. Here's what he says. For the image is the form and figure of the emperor, and in the emperor is the form in the image. The likeness of the emperor in the image is exact, with the result that he who looks at the image sees the one who is in the image. And then he applies this to Christ's divinity, and he's saying, even though Christ is the image of God the Father, that doesn't mean that Jesus is just a pale imitation. No. He is the form, as Paul, I believe, says in Colossians, though he was in the form of God. He who venerates the image venerates in it the emperor, for the image is his figure and form. Now, I know Gavin had previously said in one of his videos that, well, Athanasius and other figures, they're talking about the Trinity. They're not talking about images. The point is that, to use Pope Hadrian's logic, what's presupposed about images? What is the logic and idea of images? It's that, one, they're not bad. They can be actually exact representations. They can call to mind the form. Notice that knocks out some Platonic arguments that art's just a mimicry or imitation of the reality of things. And that, moreover, this most orthodox father, he's using this to defend the most sacred doctrine of the Trinity. Notice there that, once again, images are part of the Christian cult. They are part of how we as a community practice and communicate and worship. They are part of how we understand the gospel itself. And Taurasios then says, the nature of reality teaches us that honor paid to the image passes over to the archetype, as also does dishonor. So as Jimmy Akin pointed out in his response video, I mean, isn't the veneration principle just common sense? And I would add, can't we use common sense in theology? Epiphanius of Catana then says, the examples are taken from the acknowledged cases, just as the inspired father, that is Athanasius, took the image of the emperor. Similarly, Basil's quote on there not being two emperors, if there is an image of a living emperor, is mentioned again. All right, so once again, Athanasius' arguments repeated in Basil of how Jesus is the image of the Father, but that doesn't mean that somehow Jesus isn't in the form of the Father, right? And so, once again, this gets you very clearly then the veneration principle. And it also shows you that it is used in a very robust way in Christian theology. That is the idea of how images work. It is literally used to defend sacred doctrine. Theodoret of Cyrus then mentions the widespread use of a saint's image for protection and safety. This is in the 400s. The life of Simeon Stylites the Younger, a 5th century text, is read. Images of saints perform miracles, exorcisms, and cause conversions. The 4th session then closes with words remarkably similar to the 7th session. As I said, no doubt the 7th session based its final ruling off of this session. And so when we debrief, we see that the Council Fathers do say that the story of the hemorrhaging woman building a statue in honor of Christ goes back to apostolic times. Nothing is said here, though, of the apostles themselves. The council seems to suggest that since images have good and holy uses, how can we say that the apostles would have prohibited such good things? The fathers, moreover, bear witness to the goodness of images. The 4th and 5th century has a lot going on in terms of saint images, performing miracles, being used to defend Orthodox theology. It's saying basically that given how these images were used to defend apostolic doctrines, why would the apostles then somehow denigrate images and have them away from the cult of Christ, away from how the community is going to use the gospel, understand it, when these images are serving such a vital function to defend orthodoxy? They have sanctifying uses and powers. Now let's go to session 5. Cyril of Jerusalem, 4th century. Catechetical lectures are used as evidence for images, like the cherubim being protected and approved by God. Simeon the Stylites' 5th letter to the emperor is mentioned. The image of the emperor was insulted, and thereby, the person who insulted the image was punished. Notice once again that this is the negative version of the veneration principle. Now, in session 5, the council then directly responds to the iconoclasts. For example, they cite the text of the Acts of John, which I believe was mentioned by the iconoclasts. And they look into it because they see that in this story, and this is interesting because this is written probably the mid-2nd century, 150 AD. They read the Acts of John, where an icon is made of John the Apostle, or an image is made of John the Apostle, and John supposedly says, "You were wrong in what you did." Meaning, what you have now affected is childish and imperfect. You have painted a dead picture of a corpse, almost seemingly using a Platonic argument in a way that you have not painted really my form, but merely the kind of vague imitation of this body, right? Now, the text actually then does go on to deny the corporeality of Christ's body. And maybe here when it says you have painted a picture of a dead corpse, it's also maybe a reference to how even the visible flesh is not viewed as the real person or reality. And so because this text denies the corporeality of Christ's body, the council dismisses it as surely not coming from the apostles or being authentic. Similarly, on pages 403 to 404, in response to the iconoclast use of Eusebius' episode with Constantia, we'll get to that in the second section, or the second objection, the council discounts Eusebius for denying the equality of the Father and the Son, and Price in footnote 85 does defend the authenticity of the Eusebian letter that is condemned by the council. And then Eusebius and Origen are then condemned with a writing from Antipater in the 4th century. And then, at the bottom, I have more examples, but I don't really think these are relevant, so I'll move on. but you can look back at these. I will upload the PowerPoint. The Iconium of all the Martyrs, written around the 6th or 7th century. A homily by Constantine, deacon of Constantinople, is read. And it says here that the martyrs respond, so this might be like a fictional dialogue, but the martyrs respond to judges who condemn them for placing salvation in images. Okay, so there's this accusation that people are basing their salvation in the images of saints. They argue, rather, the martyrs respond, that God made himself visible in the incarnation. And so they use visible paintings to celebrate Christ's work and reinforce the reality of his flesh. Tarasios adds to the story by distinguishing between Christian and pagan images. Pagan images are demonic, and two, they, that is the Christians, do not make the images into gods. Going on then, they mention a commentary or scholion for the Old Testament. Now, the date of the commentary is unknown, but it is relevant to the logic of the council because somewhere in this manuscript of the Old Testament, they were looking at a commentary in the columns, and it says in this commentary, "For we do not venerate a corruptible image of a corruptible man. But since God deigned without change to become man, we make his image as of a man, although knowing that by nature he is God. We do not say that the image itself is God, but we know to be God the one represented in the image, whose likeness the image possesses. But the pagans in error think the likenesses to be gods and sacrifice to them." And then similarly, there are accusations that the iconoclasts have tried to go in and remove these kinds of commentaries or stories of images that have done miracles or commentaries on the Old Testament from whatever time period that show a positive view of images. The image of Edessa is mentioned. That is the image that allegedly, King Akbar had asked for from Christ so that he could be healed. Now, they do refer in the council, they do refer to this as a sacred image not made by hands. They don't read Eusebius's account of the story, but Evagrios's ecclesiastical history. And they read an account of the image performing a miracle later. So it's not the original account of, let's say, King Akbar himself, but it is an account of the miracle of the image that was known to have healed King Akbar performing a miracle later. John of Moscos's story in the Spiritual Meadow is read of a demon telling a recluse struggling with fornication to not venerate an icon of Mary and Jesus. Another story, so basically there are lists of miracles that images have produced. In response to these stories, the council says, Basil, the most sacred bishop of Ancyra said, "It has been proved that the custom of sacred images had been handed down from of old." Okay, so notice once again, what was handed down from of old? The custom of sacred images. Maybe some veneration is presupposed, but the making and use of sacred images, that is what's being explicitly said to be handed down. Tarasios, the most holy patriarch, said, "We have now been filled to satiety, they've been satisfied with patristic citations and have come to know that the setting up of sacred images is an ancient tradition." Where's the kissing and the bowing? The setting up of sacred images is an ancient tradition. We are therefore followers of the Holy Fathers. I think this is really important because when you look at the definition and you read, let's say, or the decree of the council, and then you read the sessions and you can use the sessions to interpret the decree, notice what it's saying here. They're saying that we follow the tradition of the Holy Fathers. This can help you understand when it says we follow the tradition of the Fathers in the decree. But what is it saying? It's saying it's coming to that conclusion from the idea that the setting up of sacred images is an ancient tradition. Notice that they're not saying, because the apostles kissed and bowed to images, that we're following the tradition of the fathers. No, they're saying, based on the setting up of sacred images, that can get you to the teachings of Nicaea II, claiming that they are in continuity. So notice there that maybe some extra theological work is being done to get from A to B. It's not a one-for-one correspondence necessarily. What they are at minimum saying is sacred images were set up in apostolic times, and that gets you to Nicaea II. And a bit of humor here, somebody offers to read 15 volumes of evidence, and Tarasios says, "I'm good," basically. So I thought that was kind of funny to read in the council. So to debrief, right, on what's going on in the council, Tarasios then says, "Since it has been shown by the preceding readings that the church was accused on account of the sacred images by the Hebrews, pagans, and Samaritans, the Manichees, and the Phantasis, and we have all been convinced it is right to listen to our brother and beloved Lord John, the representative of the Apostolic Sees of the East. So Tarasios, kind of near the end of the council, is saying, look, the opponents of the Christian religion, they all criticize us for images. They all criticize, and they are like iconoclasts, right? And it just doesn't seem likely that the apostles historically would have given such ammunition to the opponents of the Christian religion, right? To people who are, pagans and the Manichees, right? It doesn't seem like the apostles would have taught such a thing. Similarly, for the certain sources that argue with really strong Platonic arguments against the visible and material world, I think that shows you that once that starts like conflicting with the incarnation and the communication of idioms, that gives you a clue that the apostles then would not have been such hardcore Platonists. Now, there are allusions to Plato in the New Testament, but that doesn't mean that they endorse the whole Platonic system. And so it's interesting then, because you can use theology then, Orthodox theology, to figure out historically how Platonic were the apostles. Oh, they weren't so Platonic that they would have denied the goodness of the visible and material world. Notice there that you're seeing the validity of Nicaea II's reasoning of using Orthodox theology to get to the original history. And then the session likewise ends here with similar statements to the 7th session. All right, we're at session 6, and I hope that you're still with me. So to begin, but these people have had the effrontery to anathematize, they're talking about the Synod of Hieria, the tradition given to us by Christ in his holy church. Okay, so they're mentioning that this tradition somehow goes back to Christ. It's given to us by Christ. Now, are they saying here that Christ, let's say, gave the church this tradition historically? Are they referring to Christ in, let's say, a broader mystical sense of giving this tradition to the church? It's probably both. If their words, the iconoclasts at Hieria, were against the idolatry and worship of things created that was condemned and abominated by the holy apostles. So notice that they're saying here historically, okay, here's what we're going to say directly historically about what the apostles taught. They banned idols. Okay, so council is saying that historically the apostles banned idols, but they also allowed for sacred images. That's important to keep in mind, those two. That's where the council is making a direct historical claim. And then you could even maybe add in for a third thing that one particular example of a sacred image put up was the image that the hemorrhaging woman had made. Anyway, they just say to the iconoclasts that, yeah, we would agree with you that idols are bad. And if that was just your objection, that's all you should have just said. And then they mention the indefectibility of the church. Now, against the iconoclasts, they also mention that they are in continuity with the last 6 ecumenical councils, and they use Canon 82 of the Quinisex Council in the 690s AD as an extension of Constantinople III, where the image of a lamb is allowed, and even more so that this image is actually useful and good for the Christian religion. And so, the basic point here is that they are responding to the iconoclasts, and they're pointing out that even what the ecumenical councils taught was that images do have a valid place. And Father Price does mention in one of the footnotes why they considered the Quinisex Council to be a continuation of Constantinople III, at least in regards to Canon 82, but I won't go into that. All right, once again, we see, to quote from page 449, we all see and understand that both before and after the Holy Councils, the painting of images was handed down in the church just as the reading of the gospel was. Once again, it is the painting, it is the creation, it is the use of sacred images that has been handed down to the church. That's very interesting because they're not using the argument that I'd expect if Gavin's interpretation were true. Over and over and over, they explicitly say it is sacred art that was handed down from the apostles to the early church. Once again, they mention here that Christians did not call the sacred images gods, nor worship them as gods, nor place their hopes of salvation in them, nor await the coming judgment from them. It was simply remembrance and commemoration of their archetypes that they kissed them and gave them the veneration of honor. I highlighted this portion because Gavin does mention, look, yeah, there's a wide way that images can be used, and I believe he does say something like commemoration or aesthetic purposes. Nicaea II is saying, yeah, part of that commemoration is the veneration, is the kissing. And so my point here is that when Gavin thinks that commemoration is this strict thing over here and veneration is over there, Nicaea II is saying, no, I mean, we would agree that commemoration and veneration, they are overlapping. That commemoration under our system is a form of veneration of images. It is a form of using images in the Christian cult to remember the saints, to long for their righteousness, because it's ultimately the righteousness of Christ on the cross secured to them. And then once again, they defend the indefectibility of the church based on apostolic succession. To move on then, in addition, together with the divine doctrines themselves, our fathers accepted the sacred images, okay, sacred images, nothing about bowing and kissing, and thought them worthy of veneration and honor, and set them up in the sacred churches they built in every suitable place they had them painted and embraced them. May it so happen that everyone follows the Catholic Church and accepts all the depictions of the gospel and representations of the combats of the martyrs and embraces them, as God's holy church is handed down from of old. What was handed down from of old? The use and making of sacred images. And then once again, the sacred, the veneration principle is nuanced a little bit, because they're just pointing out that, look, the image is not, let's say, the archetype in essence. Okay, it's not, for example, I think this could help deal with objections. Like if we're saying that the honor given to the type passes to the prototype, why not worship an image of Christ? Because it's the, that worship would just transfer to the divine. They're kind of noting, but like it's a representation, it's the form. And so you need to be a little bit careful, because it's not the exact thing itself, but you can use the image to get you, to what the form represents, to what the form is. So they say, so good riddance to this present hair splitting, together with the rest of their argumentation. So, it notes here too that the Council of Nicaea notes Hierea's flawed Christology, suggesting that it is no accident given their iconoclasm, right? Whether or not that's a fair argument, I won't consider that here. And then similarly, they talk about how the genuine and legitimate sons of the decked bride of Christ, without spot or wrinkle, so indefectibly, namely the Catholic Church, make rational sacrifices and pay worship to God alone. When they look with the sense of sight at the sacred images of Christ, of Our Lady properly and truly the Holy Theotokos, and of the holy angels and all the saints, they are sanctified. And in remembering them, they remodel their own minds. And they believe with the heart in one God unto righteousness, and confess with the mouth unto salvation. All right. So once again, the image moves the eyes of the mind to the one that is represented. And so that is a way in which, you can get to the veneration principle. I do want to add here, though, because something has occurred to me, that when page 464 kind of nuances the veneration principle, St. Basil really thought somehow that the image did get you to the form, or that the image is somehow, not having the form in a pagan sense, but, is really close to the form. And that's what he uses for the Trinity. Now, know that that's an analogy, right? And so I don't think there's a contradiction between what St. Basil said and what the council is saying here. I think that they're being careful. And I think simply Basil was using an analogy, but he wouldn't say, obviously, that an image of Christ is consubstantial in the same way that Christ is consubstantial with the Father, right? So there is some nuancing here that goes on, and that's how I think we can avoid kind of maybe that objection that if you have the image of Christ, why not worship it, because it's going to just transfer to Jesus? Well, the reason why is because the image is not consubstantial like the Son is to the Father, right? That might be a way to kind of deal with that objection. All right, so quoting, I think here, Hierea, it does mention this kind of interesting objection that somehow painting Christ constrains the divine nature, which is interesting, right? So that's something to keep in mind here, because the council says that the Council of Nicaea II says that this is a nonsensical argument. And it's interesting because, let's see here. So to quote the council, it's saying, in his Godhead, he is present in every place under his dominion, remaining wholly infinite. So how, speaking nonsense, can Hierea, they, blather with unbridled tongue that the painter, and this is quoting the Hierea, according to his futile conception as made the infinite Godhead, share the finitude of the created flesh? If, when he was lying swaddled in a manger, the nature of his Godhead shared finitude with the nature of the manhood, then his infinite Godhead also shares finitude in a painted image of his manhood. Likewise, on the cross also, if the nature of his Godhead became finite together with the nature of the manhood, then the infinite Godhead also shares finitude in a painted image of his manhood. But if the former is not the case, nor in any way is the latter. So Irenaeus is basically saying, look, by painting an image of God, right, Jesus Christ, you're somehow constraining the infinite Godhead and making it share in the finitude of the created flesh. But I mean, isn't that what the incarnation was, in a sense? That is to say that that Jesus was still the infinite, invisible, eternal God, even in the incarnation, right? The incarnation in no way takes that away. Right, so I think that is a response then to Irenaeus, showing that Irenaeus, even when it tries to argue against images, has to then use principles that would undermine Orthodox Christology. Nicaea II then responds to the objection that the Eucharist is the only permissible image of Christ. And this is interesting because Gavin does mention this in one of his videos. And what the Nicaea II says is that, among other things, the Eucharist is not technically an image of Christ, but Christ himself, right? It is the substance, although the accidents remain. Although I don't want to import, that precise language here, but the real presence is there. And the basic idea of the Eucharist being the substance of Christ, not just an image like an icon is an image of Christ, but it's the substance. That's what the council is saying is different about the Eucharist. Oh, okay. So these things that I've highlighted in red, these are the things that I think are so important, because this is, I think, the summary of everything that has preceded. So let me read them word for word. So together with many things that have come down to us in an unwritten tradition, the making of icons has spread in the church since the time of the preaching of the apostles. And the story of the woman with a flow of blood, testified to by various historians, shows that she erected a statue of the Lord and of herself touching the foot of the statue in the manner in which the Holy Gospel relates that she obtained a cure, and that between her and the image of the Lord, a plant grew up near the foot of the statue, which expels every illness. Read Eusebius for that source. As regards writing, very many of our holy fathers have handed down that these, that is the images, have their place among Christians. Basil the Great, whose teaching resounds to all the ends of the world, made mention of them in several of his discourses, as did Bishop Gregory of Nyssa, his brother in both flesh and spirit, in his sermon on Abraham. Gregory named the theologian in the poems he composed, which included discourse on virtue. John, who received the honorable name Chrysostom, Golden Mouth, in his funerary oration on Bishop Meletios of Antioch, and in his sermon entitled That the Old and New Covenants Have a Single Legislator. Okay, so they're listing out the sources in favor, right? Cyril, the destroyer of Nestorius, in his letter to Bishop Acacius of Scythopolis, and also Anastasios of Thuopolis, Sophronios and Maximos. Why should we mention these by name? All of our holy fathers accepted the making of images. They are speaking falsely who deny that is a tradition of the fathers, All right, so the holy fathers, they're referring to specifically these Orthodox fathers, these bastions of orthodoxy, right? They are emphasizing these sources and not just any other source. And so here then you see the summary of what came down from the apostles explicitly according to the council: the creation and use of sacred images, not kissing and bowing necessarily, but the creation and use of sacred images. All right, from the time of the apostles, then, the creation and use of sacred images, one example being the hemorrhaging woman statue that she had built, and then going through then the Orthodox fathers, speaking of images positively, using them in the cult, defending them, citing how Christians were using them to defend, their shops, to protect them of illnesses, right? It's saying here that almost that there is a development, that you go from just the use and creation of sacred images to then all these ways in which sacred images are being used. That's interesting. To go on, then, he says, yes, and indeed, it would not have been irrational if they had handed down, depiction in images, nor the reading of the gospel. For if one is ruled out, then so is the other. So they're saying here that images are the visual version of Scripture. They go hand in hand together. Veneration principle is mentioned again and again. In order to distinguish between idolatry and proper veneration, they distinguish between the intention of the pagan and the Christian. And then, moreover, they talk about how, for example, Irenaeus tried to defend the idea that you shouldn't depict Christ because he is the invisible God. And Hyria is confused because it's using phrases like, for example, no one has seen, his form, referring to the divine nature. But they use that to somehow apply to the human nature when the human nature was seen, right? So the council is saying that, Hyria doesn't have a really solid Christology because they're confused, right, on how images of Christ work and how even the incarnation works. The incarnation in no way constrained God. Similarly, images and the material world don't constrain God. And so things about the invisibility of God, yes, those apply to the divine nature, but the human nature was visible. And God in some way was communicating that, yes, the visible world is not intrinsically evil, so much so that I'm going to unite myself to the visible world through the precious humanity of Christ, the human nature, the flesh of Christ. So Nicaea II then responds to the iconoclastic uses of scripture, like not by, faith, I walk by faith, not by sight, so those types of objections. They respond to certain patristic citations by the iconoclasts, and there's a lot of pages there. Hebrews 1:3 is mentioned as evidence for the iconophile position, and that Jesus, quote, is the radiance of God's glory and the exact representation of his nature. That shows you then where Basil and Athanasius might have gotten their argument for how images are exact reputations and or exact reputations in a sense, and that can be used to defend the Trinity or used to defend the consubstantiality of the Son and the Father, just as in Hebrews 1:3, Jesus is, right, the radiance of God's glory. He is the exact representation of the divine nature, but in no way by being a divine representation of the nature of God does that diminish, right, the deity of Christ. So it's interesting that at least Hebrews 1:3 seems to be anticipating, or at least compatible with Basil's argument, and showing you then that probably Basil and Athanasius, I don't know if they historically literally got their argument from the apostles, but they understood the theology of the apostles and they used it. And you see that theology here in Hebrews 1:3, which is used later by them. I hope that makes sense. So then Hyria is quoted again. Once again, Hyria is saying that somehow images constrain the infinite nature of God. And then, so that's something to know. And then Nicaea II notes the difference between veneration and worship, or veneration of worship, right? You got to be careful with terminology here. Now, veneration is also used flexibly. The word itself is used in all kinds of different ways. And in the next two slides, I believe, you're going to see how widely the term veneration was understood by the council. And remember, they are trying to defend, even if you look at the pseudonymous sources, that image veneration went back to the apostles. And that has a wide range of meanings, not just bowing and kissing. So Gregory the theologian refutes this myth in the 4th century when he bids us all revere Bethlehem and venerate the manger. Oh, venerate a material object that is somehow a symbol of the incarnation, a symbol of the coming of the Lord into the world, right? Athanasius says, it is standard for someone who picks up the book of the Psalms and proceeds through all the prophecies of the Savior, as in the rest of Scripture, to do so with wonder and veneration, to be filled with, delight in the word of God, if you will, venerating the sacred scripture, venerating the Bible. The injunction to venerate relics is also mentioned once again. Notice a wide range of venerating acts. So then to debrief then this 6th session, the creation of images, the making of icons is referred to as coming from apostolic times. In what manner those images were venerated by the apostles is untouched. Moreover, veneration has a wide number of meanings. It appears to be this: any honorable action or thought towards an image that regards the image and venerating act as being spiritually nourishing. Let me read that again. Veneration by the Council of Nicaea II seems to be this: any honorable action or thought towards an image that regards the image and venerating act as being spiritually nourishing. So when I mentioned before how maybe some of the pseudonymous sources mention the veneration of images as going back to the apostles, right? Once again, the word veneration has a broad meaning here, but even still, you could maybe argue that from simple veneration acts, like having an image in your home, believing that it has the sacred sanctifying purpose, believing that it can be used in the cult of the saints, that can get you through the veneration principle to kissing and bowing eventually. right? There's a flexibility here in how the council is using these sources. And so I want to be careful to go off of the text of the council and not, as minimizing as much as possible, reading in something that it might not be necessarily saying. And as I've seen consistently throughout the readings of the council, throughout this pretty comprehensive survey of the Acts of Nicaea II, they don't ever try to make the argument because the apostles bowed and kissed to images, so do we. That's not how Nicaea II defends kissing and bowing to images. And so that's important to keep in mind, because then that is going against how Gavin would expect the Nicaea II to argue that there would be no development. So Nicaea II does not feel the need to defend the specific antiquity of kissing and bowing to images. It doesn't see a big leap, as I said before, from mundane veneration to extravagant kissing and bowing. In fact, Nicaea II would see the debate between me and Gavin as this: you both agree on image veneration. You just disagree on which venerating acts are permissible. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, Gavin talked about how images can have a valid purpose in commemorating and remembering a saint. You can even use images to help you think about maybe the crucifixion of Jesus. They have a beautiful aesthetic purpose of making a sacred space beautiful and feel sacred, right? Well, Nicaea II would say, that's what we're saying. That images can have the sacred and holy purpose. And that way, then, they would say, you are venerating images, Gavin. But they would just say, oh, but you and Swan disagree on which venerating acts are permissible. That is fundamentally important, because we need to understand Nicaea II on its terms. And now Gavin might say, okay, sure, we can understand Nicaea II on its terms, but I disagree with how it's using those terms. Sure, I'm going to get into how Gavin views and defines veneration in the presentation as well. As I said before, this is almost going to be near comprehensive. So once again, using my modus tollens argument, I think that we see that Nicaea II wasn't trying to argue that there was, let's say, no, in the sense that we kiss and bow to images because the apostles did, therefore we justify with a one-for-one correspondence. That's how we're defending our position. No, there seems to be a kind of nuance, almost a development that you see in the argument itself. And this is so important because, remember, as I said before, you need to read past the rhetoric and look at the substance. I emailed Father Richard Price and I asked him to direct me to, does Nicaea II ever use the icon of St. Luke to defend its position? And Father Price directed me to this essay. I'm sure he's been asked these questions before. And I noticed in Father Price's essay in this volume, Acts Treatise and Hagiography, it says the Acts, or rather that might be his essay in the larger volume. The Acts of Nicaea II refer to the image of Edessa, which I mentioned before, the image that was given to King Akbar, but not to St. Luke's supposed portrait of the Virgin. That the letter was already part of iconophile propaganda, though, is shown by its mention in the central section of the Adversus Constantium Cabalisticum. But this is interesting, because if Gavin's interpretation were correct, that they tried to argue somehow that the apostles venerated icons and that sort of thing, that therefore we do so as well. It's interesting that Nicaea II doesn't mention the icon of St. Luke, because that would be such a nice, clean refutation of the iconoclasts if you literally said Luke made and venerated an icon. But Nicaea II doesn't do that. It does say that sacred images were made, so maybe you could say that the icon of St. Luke was presupposed, but it doesn't ever get that specific, like, oh, this apostle made this icon. It's just that sacred images were there from the beginning of the church and had a wide variety of venerable purposes. So to go on from here, let's see here. I would say that this argument, or this sort of argument, seems to lend itself to the development interpretation. The council doesn't argue for an exact likeness between the council and the apostles. Rather, the emphasis seems to be a kind of unity as evidenced through the 4th and 5th century fathers. They keep the precise nature of apostolic icon veneration, as noted by multiple examples, but also the failure to admit, or not failure, the omission of St. Luke's icon, open, and seem to emphasize a continuity in substance, in a broad sense. And I think it's precisely when you look past the rhetoric and the triumphalist sounding rhetoric and the anathemas, this is the faith of the apostles. When you look at what exactly are they saying is the faith of the apostles, when you look at the actual arguments themselves and the substance, you see Nicaea II is very careful about saying what the apostles exactly did. They're willing to say that sacred images came from the time of the apostles, that they were part of the cult of the saints, that over time you see that the church recognized all kinds of different purposes and powers and images, but that's the main thing. That almost sounds like a kind of development of a simple point of just acknowledging the sacredness of images, the possibility of the sacredness of images, and then all throughout the history of the church, the different uses and ways in which that sacredness was manifested. And so to use an analogy, sometimes when FBI agents and detectives go to a crime scene, what they can do is they can figure out, based on the clues that have been left behind, the kind of profile of the suspect in question. So for example, FBI agents and detectives, they can use clues to figure out, does the suspect have a stutter? Does the suspect have problems with their mother? They can figure out these types of things based on just simple imprints and marks that have been left behind. And similarly, I think Nicaea II is looking at what has been left behind by the apostles, manifested in the evidence of the 4th and 5th century Orthodox fathers who had grasped the theology of the apostles. And they are building then from those clues, what is the profile of the apostles? What in general can we tell that they probably taught and said and did and endorsed, such that we wouldn't see then a conflict between what the 4th and 5th century fathers are doing and saying and what the apostles themselves taught? So I think this is the way of reasoning at Nicaea II. It's almost building a profile, right? Almost an outline of, okay, we know what the apostles taught, and that general outline's enough to get you Nicaea II. And so even then, bowing and kissing, it wouldn't be defended with an exact argument that the apostles did the same thing. No, that's not how the profile argument works. Rather, what Nicaea II is saying is that given, let's say, this species, this kind of veneration, or let's say the veneration principle being already in effect, you can then increase and get to the kissing and bowing of images. And therefore, it is part of the valid tradition of image veneration. That's the argument of Nicaea II. So what at minimum must historically be true? Because in the next section, I'm going to try and offer actually a historic reconstruction from Second Temple Judaism, the time of the apostles, and even the time of the Old Testament, to what we have at Nicaea II. What at minimum did the apostles teach? So I think, one, the apostles, and I should specify that, if any of these are false, then you could falsify Nicaea II. So I'm giving out falsification conditions for historically, if the apostles said or did this, Nicaea II would be done for. The first is that the apostles did not totally banish images using the second commandment or any other anti-idolatry biblical passages or any other reasons. If the apostles did that, Nicaea II is done for. I don't think any Protestant would argue that the apostles did that. Second, the apostles recognized that images can have holy purposes. And that seems to me to just be the basic fundamental seed idea of what a sacred image is, that an image can have a holy and sacred purpose. And because of that, you can include it in the cults. You can include that in the communal practice and veneration and worship of God and veneration of saints. The apostles, this is the key thing, venerated or allowed for the veneration of images in some manner, but not to an extent that would violate Nicaea II. Now, these are key terms because, if the apostles literally had no knowledge of sacred images, or if the apostles, Nicaea II would fall apart if, let's say, like the early Christians and the apostles were unanimously against images, had no purpose or use for them, and then bam, all of a sudden images appeared later. And I think some scholars that Michael had mentioned, that Gavin had mentioned, did argue for something like this thesis. And even I think he quotes Father Price saying that even, a sober analysis of history would come to this conclusion. Well, if you define veneration that narrowly, then you could get there to that kind of conclusion. But if the apostles at least were aware that sacred images are a thing, a valid category, that they can be used in certain ways that are sanctifying, then that is a way in which you can get to Nicaea II and build up from there. But if images just appeared out of nowhere 200 years after the apostles, that would be a problem. Nicaea II is making some fundamental connection to the apostles. So let's look at the terms in some manner and not to an extent. So the apostles allowed for veneration of images in some manner, but not to an extent that would violate Nicaea II. So veneration is not just kissing and bowing. There are a wide number of possibilities. So to quote from a source that Nicaea II used, Leontios of Neapolis, in unfortunately titled Against the Jews, he says this, "Tell me," he's responding to a Jewish opponent, "you who think that nothing made by hands or created in any way should be venerated, when you see in your room a tunic or ornament belonging to your deceased wife or children, do you not often take or kiss it and wet it with your tears? And you are not criticized for this, for you have not venerated the garments as God, but shown by a kiss your love for the one who used to wear it. When, as often, we embrace our children and fathers, sinful creatures though they be, we are not criticized for this either. For we do not embrace them as gods, but we show our natural love for them by means of a kiss. As I have repeatedly said, in the case of every salutation and every act of veneration, the intention must be examined. If you accuse me of venerating as God the wood of the cross, why do you not accuse Jacob, because he performed veneration on the tip of Joseph's staff? Notice that example is mentioned once again. But it is obvious that he venerated not the wood he saw, but Joseph by means of the wood, just as we venerate Christ by means of the cross. The cross, if you will, is almost in a way an icon, if you will. It's a symbol of the passion of the Lord. And by remembering the cross, we bring to mind Christ. And I have in this image up here actually an example, because I noticed as I was studying the issue of icon veneration that it's so natural for us as human beings that even some Protestants might actually be doing a kind of icon veneration without recognizing this. This is an image of an elderly man whose wife has passed away, and he has this ritual of where he would go to their favorite diner and he would have an image of his wife there as if he were still dining with her. That image in a way stands in the place of his wife or brings to mind his wife. At the root of image veneration is something like this. It is so natural and within us that I think it can grow out from there and become part of the cult, become part of the liturgy, become part of the become part of the Christian church itself. Even, for example, I know people who will have images of, let's say, a deceased loved one, and they'll say bye to it before they go to work. Or maybe a father has an image of his deceased wife, and before he takes his kids to school, he says to his kids, "Say goodbye to mom." Notice that their icon veneration is within human nature. And I would ask the question, obviously I don't think any pastor would stop a man from doing something like this, would stop someone from mourning and using an image to do so, even maybe pouring a cup for that image, or maybe even having that image there with them in a restaurant as they are dining and remembering that person, or even kissing that image to remember them. And so once again, going from in some manner to not, or in some manner to not to an extent, and so that should be a correction on the slide there. Or actually, no, I just did that. Yeah, in some manner and not to an extent. The apostles, or actually, let's see here. Okay, not to an extent is going to be the next slide. Let's see here. Oh, so this is where I want to address directly Gavin's definition of veneration and what he thinks is the target and what he thinks is the cultic meaning of the cultic use of images. Gavin says in Best and Worst, his video at the 805 mark, cultic uses of images, that's the target, that's the issue here. That means bowing down, prostrating before, and or praying through the image to the prototype. That's what Gavin defines as veneration, as the cultic use of images, and that's what he's saying is a later development and therefore invalid. He wants to see that cultic use of images all the way from the beginning. What I want to say in response is that Gavin very narrowly defines what cultic use of images means, to just bowing, prostrating, praying through, etc. I and Nicaea II would reject this narrow view of what cultic use means. And not only that, don't take my word for it, don't take Nicaea II's word for it. I just don't think it's a good definition of what it means to cultically use something. And as I mentioned before in my previous lecture, if you narrow a quality to something like that, something so narrow, you can make Gavin's position of thinking that images are okay in churches look like a rupture as well, because you at least don't get explicit mentions of or presuppositions from sources of churches, images being in churches until much later, or not much later, but later. And so what I'm saying here is that you could make something look like a rupture if you narrow what you're looking for, and then you see it come later when it was part of a chain of a development, right? So that's what I'm mentioning here. But to use an example of how the ancient Jews used images and other things in the cult of the veneration of saints, here's what William Horbury in his paper, The Cult of Christ and the Cult of Saints, says. For the holy and righteous of ancient Judaism, the anniversary of death will also in some cases have been marked with fasting and with eulogy, and sometimes with assembly at tombs. But a bit further range of public commemorative practices comes into view, connected with biblical reading, prayer, and festivals. So in the cult of saints in ancient Judaism, it included a whole wide range of ways of venerating that saint and remembering them, and using even images and other things, other material objects. And so what I want to say here then is that I think that when we're talking about the cultic use of images, we need to understand which cult exactly are we talking about. It's the cult of the saints. So how long then were images used in the cult of the saints? That would also include then commemorative uses of images. That would also include then within our view of image veneration or the cultic use of images, whenever somebody looked at an image of a saint and used that as a way to inspire them towards righteousness, that would count as a cultic use of an image, because it's in what cult? The cult of the saints. So once again, as I say here, were icons part of saint veneration / the cult of the saints from the beginning? If so, then there was always a cultic use of images. And that is going to be important when we get to the next section. Now, to say then the extent to which the apostles allowed or disallowed, the use of images in this way, right? They would have allowed it in some manner, right? But at minimum, we know that if the apostles did not allow for the worship of images, they did not allow for idols. If the apostles allowed for idols, Nicaea II would be falsified, and so would Christianity, right? So nobody's saying that the apostles allowed for the worship of idols, but I'm just saying that if they did, then that would have been a problem even for Nicaea II, because Nicaea II is very clear that idolatry is still off limits. But then at maximum, the apostles did not give any instruction that would conceivably prohibit the later practice of kissing and bowing to images. So for example, if the apostle Paul or Peter stood up in the Jerusalem church and said, you cannot show any affection to these relics and images of Stephen, just as an example, that you would show to him if he were alive with us. Right? So you can't kiss him, you can't do any of that, you can't hold the image, you can't hug it, you can't cry over it, you can't do any of that. Then that would also rule out then the later practice of kissing and bowing. The apostles would not have prevented an early Eucharist celebration from having relics of the saint there in order to call them to mind. So suppose that in the early Christian liturgy, they're gathered in a house church remembering somebody, they celebrate the Eucharist and the triumph of the resurrection to remember this person. And let's say that someone had an image or a relic of the saint, a visible object or reminder of the saint to call them to mind. If Paul went in and said, oh yeah, take that out of here. Okay, no, don't have that in the building. This is not supposed to be there. Then that would, be a falsification of Nicaea II. That would be a problem. But I'm confident that none of these things were actually the case. I think that the apostles recognized that images can have sacred uses and that the veneration of saints can include images in the tradition. All right, so then responding then to Gavin, I said that Nicaea II is compatible with development, and also the development interpretation makes better sense of when you look at the substance of the argument itself. The fact that it's never directly argued that the apostles kissed and bowed to icons, and that's how they defend it in the 8th century. But rather they begin with the basic principle of the use of sacred images. They define veneration broadly, and then they use the veneration principle of Basil and Athanasius to get them to eventually where they are today. So then I pointed out one, the decree of the council does not argue in the sort of way we'd expect if Gavin's interpretation were correct. 2, the sessions of the council do not present arguments of the sort we would expect if Gavin's interpretation were correct. And 3, at minimum, we can identify what must historically be true for Nicaea II's claims to prevail. And then I did, in fact, argue that the council does argue in a way that favors the development interpretation. So notice what I've done here. Development is on the table. Now what I need to do is finish the picture. I made the outline, now I just need to color it in. And that's what we're going to do in the next section when we look at the fathers and the sources that Gavin used. And we'll do that after the break. And so stay tuned. I'll be back to do more. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to this presentation responding to Gavin Ortlund's objections to icon veneration. In the first part of the presentation, what I focused on was defending the possibility of development, and even development being the best interpretation of how Nicaea II viewed the history of image veneration. We looked at, for example, the decree, the sessions, and then how Nicaea II used historical sources. And what we found was that it began with just acknowledging explicitly, directly, that what it received from the apostles was the ability to create and use sacred images, that images have this edifying function. And that from there, then, using the historical sources, reading past the rhetoric and looking at the substance of what is really being said, we see that over time, the ways in which those sacred images were used expanded. And so that seems to be best compatible with a developmental interpretation. And so I offered all kinds of comments, but also I think the most important thing to keep in mind from that first section of the presentation was that the way that Gavin defined a cultic use of an image, it's a very narrow conception. And I know that Gavin would like to see kissing and bowing from the very beginning to the end. But part of a developmental argument is that those things emerge, but they emerge from a valid principle that was always there. We'll get into what that valid principle is that gets you from, let's say, using sacred images in a simple way for like liturgical purposes or for illustrating the power of the gospel, the beauty of a saint, into eventually kissing and bowing. In this part of the presentation, I want to look at directly Gavin's use of the historical sources and then offer my reconstruction. Since I defended the possibility of development, now I will show the actuality of how that development probably occurred. Before I continue, though, I do want to thank William Albrecht of Patristic Pillars for the 2 videos that he did on my channel, a closer look at Gavin Ortlund's sources and the church fathers on images and veneration. I stand on the shoulder of this, well, I don't want to giant, but in a good way, you know. So thank you, William, and I hope that you're watching. So my position is that I will offer a plausible developmental history of icon veneration from the apostles to the council, gauging along the way Gavin's use of the sources. Now, I want to give then 2 reasons against Gavin's position. First, there are good theological reasons for weighing Golden Age fathers more heavily in the evidential calculus. And this is what I briefly alluded to in the previous section, but now I do want to argue for it more explicitly and formally in this section. The second thing I'll do then is offer a plausible developmental history of icon veneration. And so to pay attention to then Gavin's position, remember I said that Gavin argues that the church fathers would not have recognized Nicaea II as a valid development, meaning that even a developmental reading of church history on his view is implausible. Well, what does would not have recognized precisely mean? I mean, it could mean, for example, that if I presented the theology of Nicaea II to, let's say, this father in question, just based off of the text that we have, would they or would they not accept or reject? But the problem there is that that seems highly speculative. And I could imagine that maybe just because the text that we have here might be a critique of pagan images, and the father doesn't really maybe mention how a Christian image could be permissible, that we just don't know what they would have thought about Christian images as opposed to pagan images. Whereas Gavin might interpret the silence as a universal sweeping rejection of images, not just pagan ones. And so to quote from Gavin in his video Best and Worst, 1121, he says, imagine the claims of Nicaea II were true, that icon veneration was the ancient legislation of the church, that icon veneration was the faith of the apostles. Christians bowed down to and prayed through images to their prototypes in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th century, etc. And that all that Christians opposed was just the pagan use of images around them. On that hypothesis, can we make a sense of the text in question? Now, there's once again a question on how to interpret what Gavin's saying here. And this is always like an issue that I've had with like when people just kind of shotgun quotes from the fathers. And it's like, okay, but what's the exact argument here? What's the picture that you're trying to draw? No pun intended. And the question here is, if we ask the question, can we make sense of the text in question? I mean, I think one can, because I could just always argue that if there's just a little wiggle room, right, and they just address pagan images and not Christian images, that's good enough. But I think the strongest interpretation of Gavin is just, would that father have recognized Nicaea II as a valid development? I think that's the strongest interpretation of Gavin's argument, but also there's still kind of some issues with how do we exactly interpret even would they have recognized when we have a limited corpus of their work. And also, I as a Catholic would hold that the saints in heaven, once they had the beatific vision and knowledge, they would know, oh, okay, image veneration is okay. But leaving that out of the picture, what do we mean by would not have recognized? So that's something to keep in mind, and I'll try my best to be as charitable to Gavin's position as possible. And I know that some people might say, oh, Swan, you just said that father might not agree with Nicaea II. How can you do that? Because I don't think that's how Nicaea II is even reasoning. I don't think Nicaea II is, going to fret if Tertullian doesn't support its theology, right? That's not how Nicaea II is reasoning. It's not doing a broad head count of just anybody. Moreover, Gavin does argue that defenders of icon veneration are like progressive Christians who add distinctions foreign to the text in order to defend icon veneration. But there's a question here. Is the distinction foreign, or is it a valid distinction? That's something important to keep in mind, because I could largely agree, even as somebody myself who venerates icons, that I don't agree with the, let's say, way in which other maybe communities might treat the images that they have, because I view that as being, in a way, not the correct way to do it. And so, there's something important here. Is the distinction foreign? And, Gavin makes this in reference to, for example, debates on sexual ethics in the New Testament, and how some progressives will say, oh, well, the Bible isn't opposed to this conduct in general, but a specific version of the conduct. Now, if the Bible does make that distinction, that would be relevant to the debate. But I don't think the Bible does make, let's say, that specific distinction, but it uses a wider principle. So allow me to explain my point here. Robin Jensen, in her book From Idols to Icons, she writes, quote, the assumption that ancient Christians unfailingly and universally condemned pictorial art because they believed it to be idolatrous has endured, despite historians' efforts over the past half-century to qualify this belief. Much of the persistence of this error derives from centuries of misreadings of Christian apologetic texts that disparage depictions of polytheist gods, wrongly judged to be sweeping and effective critiques of all types of religious pictorial art. Now, Gavin's going to say here, well, I'm not saying that they rejected all art. They just rejected the cultic use of pagan art. And similarly, because they rejected the pagan cultic use of art, they would also reject the cultic use of art in Christian circles. So I know that this isn't a neat one-for-one correspondence with Gavin's argument. I want to be charitable there. But this quote does show us that we need to be cautious. Can we move from something highly particular to a general principle when it was meant to just be something particular? For example, if I say, I don't like rock concerts, therefore you conclude I don't like concerts. Now, some people might make that conclusion if you love rock music, but you see there that it's an invalid inference to go from something that's highly specific and towards a particular context to then rejecting the thing entirely in question. I don't like rock concerts. Therefore, oh, Swan doesn't like concerts in general. That's an invalid inference. Similarly, if a Christian says, yes, I'm opposed to the pagan cultic use of images, therefore I'm opposed to the cultic use of images. Well, that would also seemingly be an invalid inference. So we need to be careful. But at the same time, Gavin does have a valid point here. Do the sources articulate a principle that would rule out all cultic images? That is the question. That is the thing that we are seeking. So, for example, if I said I don't like rock concerts because I don't like music, then you could say, therefore, I don't like concerts because an essential part of concerts is music. So that is what we are looking for. right? Because if we just try to make a conclusion based on the specific principle or idea or context to a general principle, that's a very logically dangerous way to go. But if, let's say, the father in question rejects pagan cultic images based on a principle that would also apply to all cultic uses, then that would be a possible way then to get support for Gavin's argument here. Now, I do want to say, too, that regarding Gavin's progressive Christianity parody argument, I do think that Paul does make a kind of universal principle argument based on natural law, if we can call it that, in Romans chapter 1. So I do think then the progressive distinction would be foreign to the text of what Paul is saying. So notice that even in the example that Gavin used, I can use that example to also articulate, well, let's be careful here, because is the distinction foreign? Or is it possible that, the source in question is using a universal principle, because then that would also then make the distinction foreign, if that makes sense. In other words, if the source is making a universal principle that would also rule out cultic images, then you can take their specific argument against pagan cultic images to all cultic images in general. But the fundamental bridge that must be there is the universal principle. And so we can then ask the question, how many of Gavin's sources are actually then relevant to the debate? Because it's tempting for both sides to read their position into the text when there are ambiguities. So this is something eminently important to keep in mind. Because if, let's say, a text is talking about something highly specific and it would be unfair to generalize beyond that highly specific example, then I could simply say, well, I'm not going to say that therefore, they would have recognized Nicaea II. I'll just say, we don't know. Right? And so I don't want to read into the text where there are ambiguities. Let's work from what is clearly there. Okay, but before we do that, I want to look at one reason that Nicaea II has valid reasons for favoring 4th and 5th century fathers, the methodology of how Nicaea II is working. And remember, this is the period where Nicaea I happened and correct Christology triumphed. And Christ is the starting point of all Orthodox theology, all Orthodox theology. And so these fathers then would be incredibly important in order to see then if image veneration is a valid tradition that goes back to the apostles. If I could use an example, if we're debating some particular subject, we would want the experts in question. So for example, if I'm looking at Nicaea II, I would want to look at Father Price's commentary rather than, Joe Schmo down the street, right? It's important that the source in question is going to be very evidentially powerful. And so, for example, Gavin references certain sources who use arguments for, let's say, a kind of aniconism based on the invisibility of saints. The invisibility of God. So here's what Gavin says once again in his original video, he did have an original video before that, but the main presentation. In his video, Icon Veneration is clearly an accretion 2405. He says, quote, Octavius, that's the Christian in the dialogue. He's quoting from Minucius Felix's work. His response is basically to say to the pagan opponent, because God is invisible, just like Deuteronomy 4, like we'll talk about later, God is invisible. God is brighter than light. Therefore, we do not represent God in any way. John of Damascus will later argue that the incarnation somehow has changed something. But that was lost on all the ante-Nicene Christians. Nobody had this thought of, because of the incarnation, it's changed now. I remember the Catholic brothers pointed out, though, that there are times where, as the fathers, some of them were working on developing their Christology, they do kind of get a little bit dangerously close to some heresies. Now, maybe I shouldn't say fathers, but sources or Christian writers, right, throughout history. Some of them do get dangerously close and imprecise. But as stated before, the incarnation and the communication of idioms does change something. Jesus is the invisible God, and he is visible. The visible world is not intrinsically or always evil, lest we say that the word's humanity was evil. And so my point here then is that these fathers who are talking about then how God's invisible, therefore we don't depict images of the invisible God, well, yeah, that makes sense, because we're talking about the divine nature. But if we're talking about God, the Son, Jesus Christ, the incarnate second person of the Trinity, well, yes, we can depict the invisible God who made himself visible in the incarnation. And so notice here that these fathers who are arguing against depicting God because they argue that God is invisible, they are talking about the divine nature that is invisible. And Nicaea II consistently says the divine nature is invisible. But they add in the nuance that Jesus is God and he's visible. And that is incredibly important, because if you use arguments against the goodness of the visible world, against the goodness of matter, what do you do with the humanity of the Logos? So, Gavin's use of 2nd and 3rd century sources, especially of condemned figures like maybe Tertullian and Origen, would not be taken as heavily as his sources from the 4th and 5th century by the council. So using then kind of working from the text and the deep dive that I've done, imagining how Nicaea II would respond, I think Nicaea II would say, look, who had the correct theology? Whoever has the correct theology has the historical teaching of the apostles. That's what we care about. But somebody might say, Swan, that's circular. Using theology prior to history when the history is supposed to bear witness and bear out the theology. But there's a way in which it's not circular. Because look, the council is concerned with what do our best, most theologically orthodox sources say, because they have the correct theology. And because they have the correct theology, our most orthodox and best sources at Nicaea I and the surrounding period, they can get us back to the apostles historically. So notice how theology, in a way, well, it's a combination of history and theology. But they're saying historically, who were the orthodox theologians? Okay, historically, the Orthodox theologians said this. So then from that theology, we can get back to the history of the apostles. Rather than, as I said before, just appealing to a broad head count to figure out what the apostles thought. Through the best sources, and not just anybody, you get back to the apostles. Now, is this a good historical methodology? Well, I would think so. If these fathers have grasped apostolic theology properly, then they are reliable indicators of what the apostles probably taught. To use an analogy, suppose that we are trying to figure out as historians the meaning of a particular text, right? And let's say we have a text that was written 10 years after the original source, or 100 years after the original source, incredibly early, 50 years, let's say. And this early source seems to be saying one thing. But let's say now we have a contemporary scholar, even let's say 500 years later, even let's say in our century, who has done this comprehensive research, who understands thoroughly maybe the writings of, I don't know, Lincoln, Mason, the founding fathers, something like that. And they really understand what this figure was saying. Then in that way, then, even though that source is later, it would be of greater value to see what that source says in order to get back to what does the original source mean? What does the original source teach? And so similarly, when Gavin was using these kind of other sources in order to figure out, okay, what was the reality on the ground of cultic image veneration throughout the centuries, and he quotes some of these figures who use certain arguments that were seemingly too heavily Platonic, or maybe didn't really exactly apply to the logic of Nicaea II. I would say there that there's a limit then on how useful that broad head count is. And that if, for example, let's say that, let's say that some source uses an argument like the visible world is bad, therefore images are bad. Well, we know because the apostles taught the incarnation that they wouldn't have made that argument. That doesn't fit with their theology. Therefore, we can discount that historical source as not going back to the apostles. Notice how the interplay between theology and history is working here. Okay, so what we shall do now is assess Gavin's sources, reconstruct the history of icon veneration, and then we'll look at constructing a more complete picture then of what happened on the ground. So I'm not going to try to defend each father as being a potential supporter of Nicaea II, because not even Nicaea II necessarily requires that, right? Maybe what Nicaea II would say is, yeah, maybe this father in the text doesn't indicate positively or negatively what they would believe about our position. But because our Orthodox sources grasp the theology of the apostles, we can be confident that they got this tradition, and that tradition was always there of some kind of image veneration leading up to Basil, leading up to Athanasius, leading up to these sources. And so once again, the lack of, let's say, a father's explicit support of something like Nicaea II wouldn't be problematic, because Nicaea II is bridging that gap, from the apostles to what these Orthodox theologians are saying. And it's saying, well, because these Orthodox theologians have the truth, somehow that goes back to the apostles, and that's our historical methodology, right? And, obviously there are ways in which you can make sense of that. Like, for example, maybe not every father was dealing with the exact issues of Nicaea II. And so we wouldn't necessarily always need from between, let's say, Basil and the apostles, exact, explicit, let's say, I don't know, endorsements of Nicene II theology. Rather, if you can show simply that there is continuity here, that you can bridge that gap, then you can make sense of then getting from one point to the other. So looking at then Irenaeus, Tertullian, Clement of Alexandria, Felix, Origen, the Council of Elvira, Lactantius, Arnobius, Eusebius, Epiphanius, Augustine, and Gregory the Great, I'll assess to what extent one father might have or would have endorsed the theology of Nicaea II based on the writings that we have on the table. So Gavin makes a reference in his original or main video, I should say, on Irenaeus, kind of talking about how there's this kind of Gentile holdover in this particular Gnostic group. And here's what Gavin was referencing. He doesn't put it up on the screen, and that's okay. I was able to find what the source was that Gavin was referencing, and Gavin was referencing a real source. So Irenaeus writes, others of them employ outward marks, that is, these Gnostic and heretical groups, branding their disciples inside the lobe of the right ear. For among these also arose Marcellina, who came to Rome under the episcopate of Anicetus, and holding these doctrines, she led multitudes astray. They styled themselves Gnostics. They also possess images, some of them painted and others formed from different kinds of material. While they maintain that a likeness of Christ was made by Pilate at that time when Jesus lived among them, they crowned these images and set them up along with the images of the philosophers of the world. That is to say, with the images of Pythagoras and Plato and Aristotle and the rest. They have also other modes of honoring these images after the same manner of the Gentiles. So one problem with this text, and I'm not trying to just be splitting hairs here, but I'm trying my best to say my honest thoughts. I don't really know what Irenaeus thought of images in general based on this text, right? And I think that's a valid kind of thing to say as a kind of critical scholar. Irenaeus, for example, could simply be describing the practices of a group that he disagrees with. So, for example, I could say the Hindus, leading people astray with their doctrines, burn candles and incense to their sacred images. And you could say, well, there we go. So Swan opposes burning candles and incense too. Well, no, I don't. Rather, what I'm pointing out is there's this group that I disagree with, and I'm just describing, hey, they have these certain practices. But that doesn't necessarily mean then that I disagree with those practices. Or, I mean, I don't think Irenaeus would have thought that the image of made by Pilate would have been valid. But he's just describing, right, some of their claims. For example, Protestants really gravitate to Paul. Especially N.T. Wright and other New Testament scholars have talked about how on the issue of justification, it seems almost like we have oversaturated, at least Protestants have oversaturated in their tradition, only referencing like things like Romans or placing Paul front and center, when it's like, well, no, Jesus had some things to say about salvation and justification too, right? Well, look, Protestants really gravitate to Paul, and so did Marcion. There's a commonality there. Therefore, Protestantism is false. That's a bad argument. Similarly, somebody might say, well, look, based on this text that Irenaeus has here, look, iconodules like image veneration, and so did some Gnostics. Having something in common with a heretical group does not necessarily mean that that common thing is bad. For example, Protestants gravitate to Paul in a different way than Marcion. So Marcion, remember, in the 2nd century, constructed his own canon of scripture, and he cut out the Old Testament and kept, I think, the Gospel of Luke and the writings of Paul. But Protestants don't gravitate to Paul in that way, right? They don't gravitate to Paul like Marcion, so it's not a fair comparison. Similarly, iconodules venerate icons in a different way than Gnostics, in that, for example, I wouldn't hold up the Blessed Mother of Jesus Christ, of John the Forerunner, with images of Aristotle, Molech, and others. I wouldn't do that, right? Because I would want to keep the cult of the saint in the image around the image, if you will, pristine. And so there is a sense then in which this isn't really a neat one-for-one comparison. But I will admit that this text looks somewhat awkward for the iconodual position. I mean, because Irenaeus is saying, look, there's this heretical group and it's doing these things. And I'm going to admit, yeah, these things really do sound like what later groups in orthodoxy would do, right? But there's this question here on, one, can we really infer anything about Irenaeus's general position on images? For example, if I presented my arguments from the first lecture or from the presentation to Irenaeus and defended Nicaea II, might Irenaeus have been convinced? My point simply here is that, look, I'll say it's a toss-up. It's a 50-50. We don't know based on this text alone. And I think that's a fair position to take here, right? Because simply having things in common with a group wouldn't necessarily then mean that Irenaeus would say, oh, well, because later Christians do this, that's bad. Especially when early Christians recognized that maybe they did have certain things in common with pagan groups, but the Christians were doing it better, right? And you'll see that throughout the presentation. So let's keep on going then. Tertullian on idolatry, he says, but when the devil introduced into the world artificers of statues and of images, and of every kind of likenesses, that former rude business of human disaster attained from idols, both a name and a development. Thenceforth every art which in any way produces an idol instantly becomes a fount of idolatry. So Robin Jensen, in her book From Idols to Icons, she writes, quote, despite all this fulmination against idolatry, Tertullian does not appear to regard most pictorial or figurative religious artworks as idolatry per se. Okay, sure, that's true. Yet he does judge producers of such objects as complicit with idolatry insofar as their use is potentially idolatrous. And so, Tertullian here would be making an argument like, I would be complicit, for example, if I gave ammunition to a terrorist, right? Even if I'm not actually doing the act itself, even if the artist isn't actually producing or intending to produce an idol, because you gave them ammunition, Tertullian would say you are complicit. You have, let's say, not just material cooperation, but formal cooperation in some sense. And so admittedly then, Tertullian is highly suspicious of art. He even has this theory on where idolatry came from. He says, quote, idol in ancient times, there was none. Okay, I don't know if that's true. Before the artificers of this monstrosity had bubbled into being, temples stood solitary and shrines empty. Really? Just as to the present day, in some places, traces of the ancient practice remain permanently. Yet idolatry used to be practiced, not under that name, but in that function. For even at this day, it can be practiced outside a temple and without an idol. But when the devil introduced into world artificers, so notice that he had this idea that temples and shrines were once built, but they had no idols, but material idols, but they had, like, idols, people had idols in their hearts. And then all of a sudden the devil introduced creating images in the world. And then that's how we got into our present mess. I mean, Tertullian's not a church father. And I would actually just say he's just wrong, right? And for me as a Catholic, I don't have to look at every head count of every church father and just somehow absolutely defend it or submit to it, right? That's not how we use historical sources in the Catholic tradition. But I will agree, though, that I think he would oppose Nicaea II since we have lost him at such a basic level. All right, there you have it. Although, Tertullian, I'd say, would lost the church at a basic level as well. But Tertullian does criticize Christians who have images on their chalices. So Tertullian says, for example, but I would yield my ground to you if the scripture of the shepherd, that is the shepherd of Hermas, which was thought by some early Christians to be scripture, which is the only one which favors adulterers, had deserved to find a place in the divine canon. If it had not been habitually judged by every council of churches, even of your own, among apocryphal and false writings, itself adulterous and hence a patroness of its comrades, from which in other respects too you derive initiation, to which perchance that shepherd will play the patron whom you depict on your sacramental chalice. So he's noting that there were Christians then who, despite using this source that has been criticized, at least formally it seems by this point, still had an image of a shepherd, maybe the shepherd of Hermas, on their chalice. Okay, so then you get by the end of the 2nd century, going into the 3rd century, okay, Christians had images on their chalices. Now, I'm not sure if this is the most orthodox Christian group. He does complain, for example, that artificers of idols, and this is from William Albrecht's presentation on my channel, that artificers of images and idols have entered into the ecclesiastical order. So there were actually then priests and maybe bishops who had made images themselves. Or I don't know, maybe they really did make idols. I don't know. You know, it's a bit ambiguous because knowing how sweeping Tertullian's critique is of images in general and even the depiction of them. But still, I think Tertullian is saying here that Christian groups had images. That's important. So it wasn't totally then, let's say, we shouldn't have the total impression then that images like popped up in the 4th century or in the 3rd century out of nowhere. Clement of Alexandria, he says, works of art cannot then be sacred and divine. And Gavin includes just this part here. So let's look at the full context. Clement says, for is it not the case that rightly and truly we do not circumscribe in any place that which cannot be circumscribed, nor do we shut up in temples made with hands that which contains all things? What contains all things? What is beyond circumscription? What is beyond limits? What work of builders and stone cutters and mechanical art can be holy? Superior to these are not they who think that the air and the enclosing space, or rather the whole world and the universe, are meet for the excellency of God. What's the thing that cannot be contained in temples, that cannot be circumscribed to any place, that cannot be, let's say, matched? It's the excellency of God. And so notice there then that he's not using the word holy. When he says, can builders and work of builders and stone cutters and mechanical arts be holy? He's not using holy in the sense of having a holy purpose. He's saying that what can be holy made by human hands that matches the excellency of the holiness of God? I would agree that no matter how beautiful these images are, no matter how beautiful something is by human hands, it cannot match the excellency of the infinite divine nature, right? I would agree with that. No art can match precisely the divine nature and its glory. And so it seems then to kind of disposition the whole argument that Gavin is making here. And indeed, just by quoting that small sliver, so much of the context is then cut out. He goes on to say, Clement, if it were indeed ridiculous, as the philosophers themselves say, for man, the plaything of God, to make God, and for God to be the plaything of art, since what is made is similar and the same to that of which it is made, as that which is made of ivory is ivory, and that which is made of gold, golden. Now the images in temples constructed by mechanics are made of inert matter, so that they too are inert and material and profane. And if you perfect the art, they partake of mechanical coarseness. Works of art cannot then be sacred and divine. When you include the whole context, it changes everything. Because when he's referring to the idea of can images or can works of art be sacred and divine, he's talking about the sacredness of God, the divinity of the divine nature. And of course, no image, no artwork can match that. And so, in other words, basically he's saying here that God is not identical to material objects. And so how can material objects, let's say, even match or properly represent the divine essence? Material objects are bad imitations and surely fail in this respect. Leaving this aside, however, this quote is totally or seemingly totally irrelevant once we include the full context. Of course, art cannot be sacred and divine in the sense that they can contain or perfectly match the divine nature, and that is what Clement is talking about. This is such a crucial distinction. This is such a crucial particular instance, because we would agree that God is invisible, God is infinite. But how can you use that to then talk about saints who had human flesh, who were visible, the incarnation and Christ being visible? I mean, that seems to be kind of talking about apples and oranges at this point. But also, Clement does talk about images in an interesting way elsewhere, in general. So he says, and let our seals be either a dove or a fish or a ship scudding before the wind, or a musical lyre, which Polycrates used, or a ship's anchor, which Seleucus got engraved as a device. And if there be one fishing, he will remember the apostle and the children drawn out of the water. Now, it might be maybe Exodus here, or maybe just baptism in general. That might be interesting to talk about. For we are not to delineate or portray the faces of idols, we who are prohibited to cleave to them, nor a sword, nor a bow, following as we do. Peace, nor drinking cups being temperate. Okay, so in this text here, the pedagogist, or other words known as the instructor, he's saying here that we can have and reinterpret certain images, like the dove, because that represents the Holy Spirit, a fish, because that was, obviously a symbol in early Christianity, or even of a ship, right? But I want to note here that he does say that art can be used to remember the apostle. That's interesting, because could art then be sacred in that way? Not sacred in that it's trying to match the divine nature, but sacred in that by remembering the apostle, I can yearn for the prototype. Oh, that's Nicaea II. So I think, just to be fair, I don't want to read too much into Clement. So I'll say, all right, we don't know. But there's a lot here that's interesting in the development of images, right? That images and art can have Christian uses, and that they don't have to be bound to just how the pagans have used the image. Municius Felix, this is a favorite of Gavin, he quotes this often. Why do they endeavor with such pains, that is the Christians, to conceal and to cloak whatever they worship? A pagan is saying this. Why have they no altars, no temples, no acknowledged images? So no acknowledged images of what exactly? This is a vital question. So to quote from Robin Jensen, once again from her book, From Idols to Icons, she says, the pagan Celsus, I think to use Gavin's pronunciation, presents many objections to Christian practices. Among them, the absence of pictorial depictions of the Christian deity. So once again, we're going back to what I previously said, which is, yes, there is a sense in which, God is in a totally different category here. And so we can't just infer from this specific thing about the divine nature to then all images in general. For example, to provide the full context of what Celsus is saying here, for why do they endeavor with such pains to conceal and cloak whatever they worship? To go on, why have they no altars, no temples, no acknowledged images? And then he goes on to say, moreover, whence or who is he? Or where is the one God, solitary, desolate, whom no free people, no kingdoms, and not even Roman superstition have known? And so he goes on to talk about the Jews. But Celsus is saying here that, look, are you ashamed of God? Why don't you depict your deity, right? And then he goes on to say, but the Christians, moreover, what wonders, what monstrosities do they feign, right? Are you ashamed of God? That he who is their God, whom they can neither show nor behold, inquires diligently into the character of all, the acts of all, and in fine, into their words and secret thoughts. Well, if this is talking about the divine nature, then yeah, it's invisible. So it makes total sense then why you wouldn't try to then depict an image of the divine invisible nature. But remember, Jesus is the invisible God, and he is visible. So this almost seems to be, once again, apples and oranges here. What is the purpose of bringing this into question? Of course, Christians then wouldn't make images of the invisible God. And even I know today some Byzantine Christians and even Roman Catholics who might be uncomfortable with depictions of God the Father, right? Because they believe, well, God the Father should be left invisible or something like that. My point simply here is that this is talking about the invisible divine nature. And because that is such a particular thing, you can't just generalize then to everything else. So to quote then from Theodore of Jerusalem, because I think he acknowledges both Felix's point well, but also brings in Christological nuance. He says, for the divine nature is invisible, infinite, and without form. For no one has ever seen God, but he, the only begotten, made him known. But when we paint the image of his manhood, we venerate it. For although he was God and invisible, he appeared and was seen on earth and dealt among men, and underwent exhaustion, hunger, and thirst by the law of our nature that he put on. And so Felix would oppose images of the invisible God. But would he oppose images of the invisible God who is Jesus? Would he oppose depicting the incarnate Lord? We just don't know from the text. But if he did have an orthodox theology, then I don't see him having any problem. But regardless, because he doesn't bring in the question of the incarnation, I won't go any further. Origen writes, being taught in the school of Jesus and Christ, have rejected all images and statues. This is a quote, once again, that Gavin produces. And I want to note here the full context. It says here in chapter 41 of Origen's writing, but whether Orpheus, Parmenides, and Empedocles, or even Homer himself, and Hesiod, and the persons whom he means by inspired poets, let anyone show how those who follow their guidance walk in a better way. So he's challenging, right? Like if you think you have, these people you follow are better, right, than the way of Christ, or lead a more excellent life, than those who being taught in the school of Jesus Christ, who have rejected all images, shrines, and we'll get to that, and statues, and even all Jewish superstition, that they may look upward through the word of God to the one God, who is the Father of the Word. In other words, he's saying here that, look, this pagan practice of following these particular philosophers and people of the world, does it really lead to a more excellent life? And when he references images, William Albrecht made this point to me, and I think it's so crucial. It's in the presentation, a closer look at Gavin Ortlund's sources, the 12002 mark. So the word that is translated, for example, as statues, and I have the Greek on the side there on the upper right, Greek, it's agalma, which is rightly translated as statue. But when you look at the Greek of contracelsum, and you look at the word hydruma, which usually means shrine or institution or establishment, here it's translated as image. Now, that would be maybe one possible way that you could view the passage, right? But looking at Liddell Scott on the right side there, it does note that the main kind of emphasis or way in which this is used, even the origin of the word itself, it means to establish, to found something. And so then in the noun form, it's an establishment or a foundation, a temple or a shrine. In other words, it's not images in that universal broad sense. It is images in a very specific sense. I even consulted the Brill Dictionary of Ancient Greek, see page 966. Now, it can refer to a kind of sacred effigy or image in that way, but always in a cultic context. It could also mean a temple. The overwhelming sense, however, is that it is some kind of established structure. In other words, the broad word images is somewhat misleading, and we'll keep this in mind when we look at other quotes here. So, for example, you could look at this quote and say, having rejected all effigies and shrines, or effigies/shrines or statues, those who have been taught in the school of Jesus Christ have rejected all effigies, shrines, and statues. Well, that's more specific. That's not just a broad, let's say, image thing. That's something in particular. To use the example once again that I gave of, like, for example, the rock concert, right? You don't want to say because maybe I don't like rock concerts, that therefore I don't like all concerts, right? And so maybe even the word here, like if you try to translate my sentence, I oppose rock concerts, to just I oppose concerts. The problem is that that qualifier there is missing. And by using the word concert, yes, I do oppose a kind of concert, but concert's so broad that it sounds like a sweeping universal statement. And so here I think that this is such an important piece of detail that needs to be brought in. And so once again, like, who knows if he would oppose Nicaea II when he's talking about pagan statues, shrines, and effigies. Especially because the main Christian argument during this time against these kinds of effigies and altars and temples was that they believed that actually demons, even Tertullian mentions this, that demons, and Nicaea II mentions this, demons are involved. But if we have an image directed towards a saint who is surely not a demon, doesn't that change things? Doesn't that set a different light and context that's important? So anyway, continuing, Origen says, it is in consideration of these and many other such commands that Christians not only avoid temples, altars, and images, but are ready to suffer death when it is necessary, rather than debase any such impiety, the conception which they have of the Most High God. But once again, as we saw here, right, images is not the best word here, because it should refer to maybe something more specific. So to go to the quote here, as then this act of self-restraint, to provide the full context, which in appearance is one and the same. So he's pointing out how, there are people who, don't, let's say, participate in the pagan cults, just like Christians and Jews don't, right? So, but he's saying, but according to the principles and motives which lead to it, they're different. So in the same way, with those who cannot allow in the worship of the divine being, that is the one true God, altars or temples or images. And looking at the Greek there, okay, the first thing is translated properly as altars. When we look at temples, okay, that makes sense there, given the, when we look into the Liddell Scott and other ancient Greek dictionaries. But remember, we have here agalma, but a different form. Agalmasi, I believe, is the variation. Remember, in the previous slide, we just said agalma was translated as statue in this one place. Now it's translated here as images. That's interesting. And I would actually say here that I don't think this is the best translation of the passage anyway, because although agalmasi can mean images in general, and Liddell Scott does list that in definition A sub point 5, it does usually refer to statues, including of gods in particular. Look at A and 3 in Liddell Scott. And I would defend A3 here rather than A5. Why? Because it's referring to a particular cult. And so this particular cult of pagan worship, it makes sense that you would go with A3 rather than A5. That makes just better sense in the context of what's going on here. It's not images in general, but when you include temples and shrines, and altars, that's a very particular thing referring to a pagan cult. And so what images are being depicted? Of gods. And then he does go on to talk about how some people are afraid of degrading the worship of God, if they have, let's say, altars and images, reducing it to the worship of material things. But, Nicaea II wouldn't say that we worship, or like Irenaeus was saying, that we drag down somehow the divine nature or God into the material art. That's not what's going on there. And then he does mention how the problem with these pagan effigies is that demons choose certain forms and places. But what about the saints? What if the saints are interceding for us and we can use images to venerate them and ask for their intercession? Are they in the same category as demons? Well, here Clement doesn't talk about saint veneration, but that's a relevant question that we need to distinguish between, because you can't then just say with specifically something with demons that you could then sweepingly apply that to saints as well. And then he does mention here the second commandment, but when he talks about a graven image, like you shall not make it unto you any graven image, he refers to eidolon, or what is generally translated as idol. He doesn't use the word icon or agalma or anything like that. And then he says in the bottom, it is in consideration of these and many other such commands that they, that is the Christians, not only avoid temples, altars, and here it's translated as images, but as I said, it should be statues of gods, but are ready to suffer when it is necessary, rather than debase any such impiety, the conception which they have of the Most High God. Once again, when you include even the proper Greek and you see how this word image is being misleadingly used so broad, and this is not Gavin's fault, absolutely not. But the translators, maybe having good intentions, when it's applied to this debate, it starts to get a little bit too flexible. And so we would need greater precision. And so once again, I would defend A3 over A5 in this context. The canon 36 of Elvira. Pictures are not to be placed in churches so that they do not become objects of worship and adoration. I think William Albrecht has effectively shown that canon 36 of Elvira is inadmissible as evidence. For example, look at, on my channel, a closer look at Gavin Ortlund's sources by William Albrecht at 133.15. What he points out among the scholars on the Council of Elvira, and this is well known among those who have been in the apologetics game. I think even James White said there's nothing new under the sun when this argument was brought up. Albrecht demonstrated that there's intense and seemingly unresolved controversy among scholars concerning whether any canons after the first 10 or so are authentic. That's important because it's an unresolved issue among scholars. And I'd also like to point out too that William interviewed a scholar from Spain who actually, I believe, wrote a book or his dissertation on the Council of Elvira. And that scholar that he interviewed from Spain, where Elvira is located, if I'm not mistaken, this scholar said, yeah, I don't think Canon 36 is authentic. So if Gavin is willing to present arguments and settle this dispute among scholars, then we can talk about the importance of this passage in question. Moving on then to Lactantius in the Divine Institutes, quote, "Wherefore it is undoubted that there is no religion wherever there is an image. For if religion consists of divine things, and there is nothing divine except in heavenly things, it follows that images are without religion, because there can be nothing heavenly in that which is made from the earth. There is no religion in images, but a mimicry of religion. That which is true is therefore preferred to all things which are false. Earthly things are to be trampled upon, that we may obtain heavenly things." So for context, what we see is that Lactantius is talking about pagan images. To quote him, he says, "But they say, we do not fear the images themselves, but those beings after whose likeness they were formed, and to whose names they are dedicated. You fear them doubtless on this account, because you think that they are in heaven. For if they are gods, the case cannot be otherwise. Why then do you not raise your eyes to heaven, and invoking their names offer sacrifices in the open air? Why do you look to walls and wood and stone rather than to the place where you believe them to be? What is the meaning of temples and altars? What, in short, of the images themselves, which are memorials either of the dead or absent?" So there's a lot going on in this passage here, but basically he's making fun of the pagans for, having these sacrifices to images when he's like, but aren't they supposed to be in the heavens or in heaven, he just says. And then he also says here that, look, but images are supposed to be for those who are deceased. And so are you saying your gods are dead? So there's a lot going on in this passage. But what I want to point out here is somebody might say, oh, but look, Lactantius is talking about these beings who are in heaven. And as Catholics, you believe that the saints are in heaven and you try to invoke them just as these pagans are trying to invoke them by their names. But do pagan gods neatly correspond to saints? Maybe in a Protestant mind, they do. But what is Lactantius saying? Well, he doesn't say anything about saints. And so he's referring to something very particular. And I also want to talk about what does Lactantius mean by divine things? That's important. Well, when we look at, for example, when he uses the qualifier or the adjective divine, he can use it in the context of divine providence, divine wisdom. Okay, obviously referring to the providence and wisdom of God. But he can also use it to refer to things with divine excellence. So in chapter 5 of his writing, he says, "Undoubtedly God, the framer of the universe, so arranged and contrived them," that is the heavens, "that they might run through their courses or stars in the heaven with a divine and wonderful order to accomplish the variations of the successive seasons." All right. I should say the heavenly bodies, not just stars. He then says, "And in this, indeed, they acted foolishly." Maybe it's the pagans, I think. "And that they attributed so wonderful and divine a work to man." My point in this is that when he says, look, if religion consists of divine things, we're referring to the things that are of the divine excellence, right? And so if that's the context, then yeah, nothing made from earth is going to match the divine excellence. Nothing made from earth, except maybe things in heaven, like maybe the angels or something like that, who are very close to God, maybe something like that. Heavenly things, he doesn't, I don't think, ever define exactly what those things are. I would simply read Lactantius along the lines of Clement and Felix. Images cannot imitate, much less match, the divine glory, because he says, going on, "For whatever is an imitation, that must of necessity be false." That's a very Platonic way of viewing things. "Nor can anything receive the name of a true object, which counterfeits the truth by deception and imitation." Now, the thing is, though, if Jesus is the image of God, and this is an argument that the apostles use, he is the visible image of the invisible God. I mean, would you really want to say that maybe an image is of necessity false and isn't the same thing, or maybe in the same form as the thing in question? So I think here that Lactantius is using his own private kind of Platonic training, and this isn't necessarily an argument that the apostles would have made or recognized. Similarly, Arnobius in Against the Heathen, he says, "What then without these? Do the gods not know that they are worshipped?" Referring to images. "What greater wrong, disgrace, hardship can be inflicted than to acknowledge one God, so the God, and yet make supplication to something else to hope for help from a deity and to pray to an image without feeling? Well, you can't assume, once again, a neat correspondence between pagan deities and interceding Christian saints here. That's needed in order to strike at Nicaea II. My point is that if you're really going to use Arnobius to get at Nicaea II, if this is really supposed to be a problematic quote, then some Protestants might read that something else, supplication is something else, as, oh, the saints, right? You're only supposed to seek supplication from God or seek help from God. And then, they might say something like, oh, well, and then the saints are analogous to hoping for help from a deity, or image veneration, part of saint veneration is to pray to an image without feeling. But can we really make such a neat one-for-one correspondence when Arnobius is not talking about the saints here? So are they in the same category? That is the saints, gods, deities, and that's something else. Can you make that connection here? Because that's what you need in order to get against Nicaea II. A Protestant might make that connection, but how do we know that this isn't also reading into the text? Similarly, when we refer to Arnobius talking about praying to an image without feeling, Arnobius is contrasting between the one God who is powerful and a powerless image without feeling, without sense, maybe to Psalm 115. Now, I do defend the veneration of saints, as I mentioned before at the beginning of the lecture on the channel Holy Smokes. But anyway, Arnobius's opponent says at 617 that they don't worship images as the gods themselves, but that the gods dwell in the images. Okay, so notice that this is even further away from what Catholics believe about image veneration. We don't believe that the saints dwell in the images. In them we worship and venerate those, this is the pagan speaking, whom their dedication as sacred introduces and causes to dwell in statues made by workmen. So notice they have this kind of ritual, the pagans that Arnobius is addressing, who, by doing this ritual, it brings the pagan deity and dwells in the image. All right. Nay, more, that impelled by the rite of dedication, they are joined to images. So when he's saying images without feeling, he's not talking about images in general. He's explicitly denying and responding to this idea that the pagans have, or some pagans have, that they have joined their deity to the image by this ritual. He's saying, no, the images have no feeling. The images have no sense. They have no power in the way that you're thinking of with the pagan gods. And so icon veneration, as I said before, is surely different. We are calling upon the saint who is alive in heaven. We're not saying it's alive in the image. The image is a stable center of focus for us, bringing the eyes of the mind, as Nicaea II says, to the saint. Let's look at then now Eusebius. Can it be that you have forgotten that passage in which God lays down, and this is responding to Constantia, who had asked for an image of Jesus, that no likeness should be made either of what is in heaven or what is in the earth beneath? Have you ever heard of anything of the kind, either yourself in church or from another person? Are not such things banished and excluded from churches all over the world? And is it not common knowledge that such practices are not permitted to us alone? Or I would interpret that as not to us privately, right? So he's saying this isn't supposed to be in churches, and it's not supposed to be even privately owned that you have images in this way because of the second commandment. Now, Gavin also was really emphasizing the source and impressed by it by just saying it's so definitive, it's so knocked down. And I think he references a 1981 article that defends the authenticity of this text. All right, so be it. My point here is that Eusebius, near the end of his life, seemed to have a change of heart towards images. Because remember, Constantia simply asked for an image of Christ. He says here, you also wrote me concerning some supposed image of Christ, which image you wished me to send you. Okay, but look, Swan, you're mischaracterizing here what's going on, because Eusebius is only opposed to images in churches, right? And so you can't say that he had a sweeping rejection of images. You're taking Eusebius out of context. But no, Eusebius really thought that all images were in a sense somehow, illicit or impermissible. And he even talks about then an image that a woman privately owned that he took away. So he is making a sweeping statement against images. Now, this is important because then in the next context, this quote that I'm using here, this actually would then be a reversal of his previous position. And this is what I mean, because if somebody said, well, Swan, Eusebius is only referring to images in churches, you bring up this image of Constantine having an image of Christ in his house, apples and oranges. No, this is a reversal of Eusebius's position. So he writes in The Life of Constantine, Book 1, Chapter 49, on the other hand, one might see the fountains in the midst of the marketplace, graced with figures representing the Good Shepherd. That was a common image in paganism that was reappropriated into Christianity, well known to those who study the sacred oracles, and that of Daniel also with the lions, forged in brass. Okay, so there are images here, and resplendent with plates of gold. Indeed, so large a measure of divine love possessed the emperor's soul, that in the principal apartment of the imperial palace itself, on a vast tablet displayed in the center of its gold-covered paneled ceiling, he caused the symbol of our Lord's or Savior's passion to be fixed, composed of a variety of precious stones richly inwrought with gold. This symbol he seemed to have intended to be, as it were, the safeguard of the empire itself. Okay, so this isn't just for aesthetic reasons. Constantine had images. This isn't just for mere commemorative purposes. Constantine, if I'm not mistaken, the emperor who's referred to here, is using it almost as a way of protecting the entire empire. That would be a way of venerating an image, of using it as a way to protect the entire empire itself. And so I want to also mention here, though, that, Eusebius isn't referring to this as merely descriptive, because someone might try to use my reasoning with Irenaeus against me here and say, well, Eusebius is just mentioning the practice. He's not endorsing it. Look what he says in the highlighted portion. So large a measure of divine love possessed the emperor's soul. Could divine love inspire idolatry? Could divine love move Constantine to do something that would be, bad? Well, surely not. So when Eusebius uses divine love here, he actually seems to have changed his mind about the fact that images, even privately owned, can be used and used to protect, right? And so on and so forth. I mean, I remember Gavin, once again, to reference him, said that Eusebius is second to none in his knowledge of church history. He is the father of church history. And so here's what, in Gavin's words, the father of church history is saying, that he changed his mind on images and acknowledged that the emperor was moved by divine love, fixed a symbol of the Savior's passion, which was decorated richly, and treated it as the safeguard of the empire itself. But the other thing I want to point out, too, is just simply, was Eusebius making a historical claim? Because he was saying, for example, are not such things banished? It seems like one could read Eusebius as making a sweeping historical claim that somewhere in the distant past or recent past, Christians had made a decree on a universal level against the permissibility of images in churches. But one problem is that Eusebius's claim, if that's true, would be historically false, and demonstrably so. For example, the Dura Europos church in 240s AD had images in them, just like its neighbor, the Dura Europos synagogue. You had all kinds of images in churches in the 240s AD, at least in this specific example. And so when Eusebius says, aren't such things banned, I think what he's saying is more akin to when we say, doesn't everybody know? It's a rhetorical point. It's a rhetorical question. Are not such things banned? He's saying, that's how it should be. This is common sense, not common knowledge necessarily. And so I don't think it's a historical claim that a decision was ever universally made. And even if he is intending that, it's demonstrably false. Going now to Epiphanius, and I won't read the whole quote just yet, but Epiphanius here is saying that basically he saw Christians having an image hung up in the church. It was a curtain. And he says, I don't remember if it was either of Christ or of one of the saints, but he tears it down, right? And he's, furious about this. And then he says that this is contrary to the teaching of the scriptures, that such an image of a man should be hung up. And he tore it asunder. And he said that this, should be used instead for the poor. And then he goes on to say that, let's see here. He gives instructions about how, let's see here. He says, reader, that you will afterwards give instructions or directions, that curtains of the other sort, opposed as they are to our religion, shall not be hung up in any church of Christ. right? Okay, so he's opposing this image that was being hung up, and he's saying it shouldn't be in churches. What is going on here with Epiphanius? Well, William Albrecht made the excellent point of looking into the original language of what's going on here. And he mentioned the Journal of Theological Studies. And I think this point is just, it changes everything. So, quoting from Charles Murray, a woman scholar in the field, she wrote an article in the Journal of Theological Studies called Art in the Early Church, and she compared the Greek and the Latin texts of what Epiphanius is saying here. And she noted that many scholars who hold that Epiphanius was criticizing images or iconophobic, they're referring to the Latin text. Now, is this relevant? Well, let me quote it real quick. However, so far as I know, the Greek and Latin texts have never been compared in order to see what Epiphanius actually wrote. And we know originally he wrote in Greek. And usual, and usual interpretation is correct. Something. Okay, that might have been a typo. The scholarly tradition with which this paper is concerned has always based its interpretation only on the Latin text of St. Jerome. And this appears to be the basic mistake which has led to misinterpretation. In her essay, she provides the Greek text, and then she explains, the fact which emerges plainly here is that while the Latin speaks of an image as of Christ or some saint, identifying, although not very clearly, apparently a Christian image, the Greek makes quite clear what it was. It was an idol in the shape of a man. And furthermore, it was only alleged to represent Christ or one of the saints by the bystanders, not by Epiphanius. This too is missing in the Latin. In other words, what seems to have been on the curtain was not a Christian figure at all, and was recognized as such by Epiphanius. It would have been quite consistent with known Christian practice for the Christian community of this church to have bought what they regarded as a beautiful curtain for their church, regardless of the design. And even in the history of the church, pagan images were attempts were made to reappropriate them into Christian uses. But to use an analogy, suppose that someone had an image of Odin in their church. And, you know, Odin has a beard, Jesus has a beard. Oh, yeah, you know, it's Jesus. I don't know if I'd be comfortable with that. And then I can understand more clearly than what Epiphanius was getting at. And so let's look at his quote again. You know, I came to a villa called Anablatha, and as I was passing, saw a lamp burning there. Asking what place it was and learning it to be a church. I went in to pray and found there a curtain hanging on the doors of the said church, dyed and embroidered. It bore the image of an idol. I do not rightly remember, but actually that would have been the bystander and the later interpolation in Latin. So he doesn't say that. It bore an image of an idol. Seeing this and being loth that an image of an idol should be hung up in Christ's church contrary to the teaching of the scriptures, I tore it asunder and advised the custodians of the place to use it as a winding sheet for some poor person. That changes everything in the context then. That an idol, a pagan image, was being brought into a church, and that Epiphanius was concerned about this practice. Let's go now to Augustine. But it will be said, we also have very many instruments and vessels made of materials and metal of this description for the purpose of celebrating the sacraments. So he's addressing in his exhortation on Psalm 115 a pagan who is saying, oh, but you have images as well, and you have golden vessels. So keep going. Augustine says, which being consecrated by these ministrations are called holy. Notice that Augustine here has no problem calling these things holy, in honor of him who is thus worshipped for our salvation. And what indeed are these very instruments or vessels but the work of men's hands? But have they mouth and yet speak not? Have they eyes and see not? Do we pray unto them because through them we pray unto God? This is the chief cause of this insane profanity, that the figure resembling the living person, which induces men to worship it, hath more influence in the minds of these miserable persons than the evident fact that it is not living, so that it ought to be despised by the living. When we look at the full context, I'm not going to read everything here, but you can pause the video later if you believe appropriate. In paragraph 6, he kind of critiques how, explaining how the pagans view things, how they, consider these works themselves as deities, and worshiping them as such, they serve the creature more than the creator who is blessed forever. Now, it should be noted, however, that the pagans here are saying that they don't worship the images as the deities themselves, but they simply worship the one who is represented. All right, so you might say, oh, Swan, well, there goes the Catholic case, because that sounds like the Catholic position. Well, are pagan deities and saints in the same position? You can't infer that simply from the text, so you can't make that connection neatly, and that's what you need in order to hit Nicaea II. Similarly, then what Augustine seems to do is totally disregard, right, how the distinction that they've just made. So they don't say that the works themselves are the deities. But Augustine says near the end of paragraph 6, by considering these works themselves as deities. So what Augustine seems to be saying is that he just thinks it's a distinction without a difference. He doesn't care if the pagans make this distinction. He's saying that it's all misdirected and illegitimate. It's not towards the one who is the creator. So based on the next paragraph, Augustine seems to say to the pagans that it's insane to treat as living something that is not actually living. Now remember, this is in the context of a particular conception of a thing that is living, specifically how the pagans understood maybe the images and their relationship to the deities in question. But one could ask, because Augustine does enthusiastically endorse the power of relics, do relics count as being treated as living? Because we want to make sure that we're interpreting Augustine within his full corpus and in a proper light. And so if Augustine would probably say, oh, no, I would put relics in a different category, even if we do venerate them, even if we do ask for the saint's intercession through the relic, as if the relic has the power to transfer healing power, which is the power of a person used by God, Augustine might say, but relics are different. Well, if that's the case, then I think it's possible to get Augustine on the side of Nicaea II. But to continue on, I think this quote is very powerful because, he does go from the pagan cult to the Christian cult. So it's not just totally reserved to the pagan cult. So let's see then what he says here. And we have read this quote previously. Okay. So once again, notice that Augustine says that certain vessels can be called holy. Augustine uses a series of rhetorical questions to point out that these man-made vessels do not have powers like a person. It is not a living thing. And so it's ridiculous that the pagans would treat it as a living thing when it's not. And so once again, when Augustine says these things should be despised by the living, well, and in that context, he's referring to maybe pagan images, but also he's referring to chalices and things like that, vestments. When he says they should be despised by the living, Augustine just said, though, that these vessels and instruments are holy. So, to avoid a contradiction, you need to qualify a bit of what Augustine's saying here. But then he does go on to say that the result that ensues is that described in the next verse. They that make them are like them, so are all such as put their trust in them. But remember, Nicaea II emphasized that we don't place our salvation and trust in images. Okay, bear that in mind. Let them therefore see with open eyes and worship with shut and dead understandings, idols that neither see nor live. I would not say that this beautiful icon of the Lord Jesus Christ is seeing and living, right? That's not what's going on here. But who it represents, the one Lord, God, the invisible God, he is living and he sees and he knows all things. And so therefore, it's difficult to see if there is a neat bridge here from these images that he's ascribing to saints. And I don't think you can just simply assume that connection. And as I said before, as a Catholic, I would agree with a lot of what Augustine is saying. And in fact, Augustine in his other works does address the charge that pagan deities and saint veneration are the same thing. Look at William Horbury's essay, The Cult of Christ, page 446. So notice there that okay, we can actually disentangle here based on the corpus of Augustine that he doesn't make a one-for-one comparison and connection between pagan deities and the Christian saints. Moreover, we as Catholics treat an icon as if it were a living person to some extent because the one represented is living. The icon is not living, however, and so we would agree that that is a mistake, and so would Nicaea II. In fact, I remember the Catholic brothers had talked about how there was a movement of some Catholics who were misguided because they had held, this procession of the statue of the Blessed Mother, and they were treating it as if it were the real presence of Mary in the statue. And it's like, no, okay, that's not what's going on there, right? And so even Catholics, we would recognize here that we're not in the same boat with the pagans. In other words, I could see Augustine being convinced by Nicaea II based on his other works, particularly the veneration argument. If you want to see Augustine basically articulate the Catholic position on the distinction between veneration and worship, I think one of the clearest texts for that is Contra Faustum. Look into that. All right, now to Pope Gregory, which I believe is the last of the 12 sources that Augustine mentioned, or excuse me, that Gavin mentioned. I'm sure Gavin would love to be compared to Augustine, so that was meant out of love, Gavin. Gregory says, "It has come to our ears that your fraternity, seeing certain adorers of images, broke and threw down these same images in churches. And we commend you indeed for your zeal against anything made with hands being an object of adoration. But we signified to you that you ought not to have broken these images. For pictorial representation is made use of in churches for this reason, that such as are ignorant of letters may at least read by looking at the walls what they cannot read in books." So notice that up to this point, we've seen some people say that, okay, images shouldn't be in churches. By Gregory's day, images are in churches, and they have a relevant function in the cult to help people understand the gospel, to help people understand the text of the Bible if they can't read. So it does have, as Gavin says, a didactic teaching purpose. So he says, "Your fraternity, therefore, should have both preserved the images and prohibited the people from adoration of them, to the end that both those who are ignorant of letters might wherewith to gather knowledge of the history, and that the people might by no means sin by adoration of a pictorial representation." Now, William has done a great service in helping me look into other sources and writings of Pope Gregory. And it's interesting because in the Patrologia, there is a place in which it is mentioned of a circumstance where an image of the Blessed Mother, an icon of the Blessed Mother, and the crucifix was taken out of a church and placed inside of a synagogue. And Pope Gregory, being concerned, of kind of, people attacking the Jews, of wanting to protect and watch out for the Jewish brothers and sisters, he says this: "If you show what was done displeases you, we, considering the intent of your will in these actions, and even more so your judgment, we exhort you that having removed them with fitting veneration, the image and the cross, you should restore what has been so violently taken away." Another translation that I believe was endorsed by Father Christian Capps, and so I messaged William about this. He says here, another translation, "Considering the intent of your will in this matter, and more the judgment, we exhort these people that they remove that which is worthy of veneration, the image and the cross." Now, I want to be careful here because I don't want to read, all of 8th century veneration into this text. The fundamental basic point that we can both agree on as Protestants and Catholics interpreting this passage is Gregory is saying, though, that these images deserve a kind of honor. All right, and it's not maybe kissing and bowing, okay, sure. But he's saying, look, you go into the church, you take these images out and take them out with care. Take them out with veneration, with honor, because you wouldn't say this if the images weren't in some way precious to you. Right now, Gavin might say, "Oh, well, that's not Nicaea II." Well, it could be within the spirit, if you will. Well, I don't want to, within the species of what Nicaea II is generally talking about when it refers to veneration, right? That you treat an image as not just some, disposable piece of plastic or wood or clay, but you treat it with honor, with a kind of respect. I think this is important then, because I think this shows us that maybe what was happening here in Gregory's account wasn't just treating the images with a fitting veneration, but actually maybe worship. And so there's something to be watching out for there. But I will admit here that, I just don't know, right, what Gregory would have thought if I presented Nicaea II to him. I know that triumphant in heaven, he would agree with the decisions of the Church of the Lord. But, I'll be honest and careful and charitable and just say I'll leave it open. And so the conclusion then of looking at Gavin's sources is the following. With Irenaeus, I said maybe we'll give it 50-50. All right. With Tertullian, he would oppose Nicaea II. With Clement of Alexandria, with Felix, they're talking about the divine invisible nature, apples and oranges. With Origen, I said we don't know there. The Council of Elvira, it's inadmissible as evidence. With Lactantius and Arnobius, right, different context. Eusebius, because he kind of flip-flopped, I don't know what I would say if I presented Nicaea II to him. Maybe near the end of his life, he would have been more warm towards it, but let's not assume things if we don't have, the direct evidence for them in some way, at least here with the text. So once again, Eusebius, it's an open question. With Epiphanius, I think we've seen from the Greek text that he was just taken totally out of context. And this is not Gavin's fault, but just the Latin text could be better. Augustine, I think, could be convinced of Nicaea II. And Gregory the Great, I'll just be, I'll give one to the Protestant side and maybe saying, he would need some convincing. But it wouldn't be like 75-25. I think it's 50-50. I don't know. But anyway, notice that when we look at it in this way, the presentation of sources that Gavin gave is not nearly as impressive. It's not nearly as troubling. It's not nearly as compelling as it would seem before. And I think once you include the proper context, so much of the evidence is just, well, we don't know based on the text what they would think, or it would be 50-50, or Augustine, I think, could actually be convinced of Nicaea II. So we could actually reverse some of the evidence here. My fundamental point is that I think we need to find a different construction of the development from the apostles to the council. I don't think Gavin's sources are really, let's say, the best for doing this. And also I should say too that development doesn't require just positive endorsements of the theology in question, but also, for example, when Augustine says that these images aren't living things themselves and shouldn't be treated as such as the pagans do. I mean, Nicaea II would recognize that boundary. And so in order to develop, you need maybe both positive endorsements and then also fathers who are helping set the boundaries between what's idolatry and what's proper image veneration. So even still, that would be relevant to the development of images, image veneration. All right, so here we go. Here I'm going to talk about the history of icon veneration from Second Temple Judaism, the Old Testament, and the Apostles. I'm going to put it all together at the end. So when we look at Second Temple Judaism, I'm going to look at Second Temple Jewish art, estates that were around the Herodian period, how Jews treated their deceased saints, and then even synagogues during the time of Christ. So in Second Temple Judaism, we know from the Bet She'arim necropolis that there's here, and this was used by Robin Jensen in her book, From Idols to Icons, that they have here an image in this kind of burial site, this necropolis, of two lions devouring a bull, and this is dated to the 3rd century BCE. So my point here is not, oh, okay, yeah, so they were bowing and kissing to images, the Jewish people. No. But the idea that like the Jewish people had no graven images, except in the temple. Well, no, they had images, and they used images even when they were commemorating the tombs of their dead loved ones. Similarly, when we look at the use of images in houses in the Second Temple period, in Jack Finnegan's classic work, The Archaeology of the New Testament, he mentions how in the Herodian period they have found houses with mosaics of birds. He says here, birds on a stylized architectural floral background, right? And he says here at the end, the excavators remark that the presumably wealthy residents evidently allowed themselves to be lax in respect of the prohibition against graven images. But what if the prohibition against graven images was never that strict? What if there was some context here that the Jews of this period were properly picking up on so that they could have images, and they could even have graven images that weren't eidolons, weren't idols themselves? All right. Moving on then, we see in Matthew 23:29-30, Jesus says of the Pharisees the following: "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you build the tombs for the prophets and decorate the monuments of the righteous. And you say, if we had been living in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partners with them in shedding the blood of the prophets." Notice what Jesus just said here. In Second Temple Judaism, in the time of Jesus, of the Pharisees, they built tombs for prophets and they decorated the monuments of the righteous. They used art to commemorate the righteous, to commemorate their saints. They used art. Now, to quote from W.D. Davies and Dale Allison's commentary on the Gospel of Matthew, volume 3, page 304, they say, quote, Our sources tell us about several well-known tombs and elaborate monuments. For example, in 1 Maccabees 13:27-30, memorials built over tombs by Simon Maccabee for his family. Josephus in Antiquities mentions, monuments that were built. The tomb of David, which is mentioned in Acts 2:29. I think it's Peter speaking there, and he says that we know, basically that where the tomb of David is. That's alluding to this cult of venerating saints in Second Temple Judaism, venerating understood broadly here, and they have the grave sites. And similarly, as I mentioned with William Horbury's quote on how the ancient Jews would have festivals, readings of scripture, they would assemble around the tombs. This was part of the cult of saints. They did these sorts of things, building monuments, decorating the tombs. And you'll even see further veneration of the tombs themselves. And so even in the War of the Jews, he mentions tombs of fine marble and exquisite workmanship alleged to belong to Abraham and his kin. So in honor of the saints, they built these great tombs. And then even there's a scholar named Joachim Jeremias who talks about how there were an upsurge of tomb buildings during the Hellenistic period, the Second Temple Jewish times of the apostles. And I want to quote actually then the sources that are mentioned, like 1 Maccabees 13:27-30. It says here that, and Simon built a monument over the tomb of his father and his brothers. He made it high so that it might be seen with polished stone at the front and back. He also erected 7 pyramids opposite one another for his father and mother and 4 brothers. For the pyramids he devised an elaborate setting, erecting about them great columns. And on the columns he put suits of armor for a permanent memorial. And beside the suits of armor he carved ships so that they could be seen by all who sail the sea. This is the tomb that he built in Modane. It remains to this day. That's incredible. Further on, going to Josephus in the War of the Jews, he says, they further relate that it was there that Abraham, the progenitor of the Jews, took up his abode after his migration from Mesopotamia, and from there that his posterity went down into Egypt. Their tombs are shown in this little town to this day of really fine marble and of exquisite workmanship. Okay, so, the use of art and images in some sense was there, even carving ships to commemorate those who have been deceased. And then similarly here in Ayel Regev's recent work, scholarly work, this might be her article or his article from in the 2006, Ancient Jewish Style, Why Were Ossuaries and Southern Oil Lamps Decorated? He writes, quote, note that burial in ossuaries in general was widespread in the Herodian period. Remember, that is between 37 BCE and 73 CE. And a few thousand ossuaries are recorded. The various degrees of quality and aesthetics of the ossuaries, carving and decoration, may indeed reflect some degree of social status. However, expensive mortuary practices do not necessarily represent actual social status. He quotes a scholar who has shown that a deceased person may have frequently been buried as a distinguished person, although they were just a commoner in life. Furthermore, the decorations on the ossuaries belonging to members of high priestly and noble families are not outstanding in comparison to many others. And then he quotes some specific examples. For example, the Caiaphas ossuary, which probably is more just Joseph's son of Caiapha. It says that it had the most complex and rich variation on the theme of the rosette, a kind of wheel-like depiction of a flower. But my point here then is that Jews, when they were burying their loved ones and even commemorating their saints, they brought out exquisite art and workmanship in order to remember them. And then they would assemble at the tombs. This was part of the cult of saints. So in the one sense, you could say then that art did have a cultic use. What cult was it? The cult of the saints in ancient Judaism. Similarly, R.T. France, in his commentary on Matthew, he says, the veneration of tombs, of holy people and martyrs, these tombs that were decorated and exquisite and decked with jewels and maybe other carvings, is a feature of Jewish as of many other cultures. Lives of the Prophets, probably written in the 1st century AD, makes a point of mentioning where each of the prophets was buried, except, of course, Elijah, and indulges in detailed description of some of their times. He then says in a footnote, Josephus speaks of the visiting of the tombs of the patriarchs in Hebron and of their significance. In Antiquities, he speaks of a very expensive white marble monument erected by Herod, who would have been identified as a Jew, at the entrance to David's tomb, though in this case the motive was guilt rather than piety. See also Antiquities for further or earlier Jewish practice, and he quotes here First Maccabees, and then he quotes Joachim Jeremias, whose work is only in German at the moment, where he summarizes his study, and I'm not going to try to pronounce the German, where he speaks of a tomb renaissance which flourished at the time of Jesus. So during the time of Jesus, during the time of the apostles, there was this cult of the veneration of saints, and the tombs are mentioned, and the tombs would have been decorated. They would have been venerated, the tombs of the prophets, of the holy people and martyrs. I mean, even in Matthew's gospel, it mentions how after the resurrection of Jesus, other prophets and holy men and women were resurrected and appeared in the city. The tombs were opened. So the gospels, if you read them in their Jewish context, they are aware of this tomb veneration cult, if you will, of the saints. Similarly, Cassius Dio, writing his Roman history, describing, I think, the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135 AD, he says, thus nearly the whole of Judea was made desolate. This is going into the 2nd century, a result of which the people had forewarning before the war. For the tomb of Solomon, which the Jews regard as an object of veneration, fell to pieces of itself and collapsed, and many wolves and hyenas rushed howling into their cities. Notice what it's saying here. In the 2nd century, the Jews were venerating the tomb of Solomon as an object of veneration. And I would even say further, I mean, obviously, what the veneration exactly was, we don't know. At least some type of decoration, assembly, right, in that cult of the veneration of saints, of their saints. But still, this is significant, because if the Jews are doing this in the 2nd century, it's not a far stretch to think that Christians would see their Jewish brothers and say, oh, well, they wouldn't, let's say, be so far off from their Jewish brothers and sisters in this regard. To move on then to a synagogue during the time of Jesus, this is probably where, well, we don't know for certain, but maybe because this is located in Magdala, that this might be where Mary Magdalene went as a young girl to synagogue. We see that in that synagogue, there were images, carved images, of a rosette, of columns, flowers, of pottery there. You can see the top picture. And in a lot of these Jewish ossuaries and the necropolis that I mentioned earlier, and in synagogues and so on and so forth, you would see an image of a menorah. And that menorah, generally speaking, scholars believe, might have represented like a guiding light in the afterlife, something like that. But the point is that it was a symbol, right? And you see these symbols here in the synagogues themselves. So the Jews of the Second Temple period, you don't want to generalize too broadly here, so be careful with that. But at least even among someone like Mary Magdalene, right? Someone who is a saint, someone who is loved by the early church, the synagogue she grew up in had images. Interesting. Now I want to go into the Old Testament to then also build up then the foreground, or the background rather, for the idea of icon veneration. So remember in Joshua chapter 7, verse 6, Joshua, after this defeat, he tore his clothes and fell to the ground on his face before the ark of the Lord until the evening. There goes thunder. But he and the elders of Israel, and they put dust on their heads. Now, Gavin says in response to this example, but this is an act of mourning in response to a military defeat. It's not a continual religious practice of venerating the ark, just as, for example, this one-off event of, let's say, King David dancing in front of the ark doesn't mean that liturgical dancing is now a firm principle of liturgy. We can't use a one-off event, Gavin says, like this to support an ongoing practice when the one-off event is occasioned by a very specific set of circumstances, especially when the text itself never talks about the ark being the specific object of veneration, as opposed to it being the occasion for mourning before God, since the ark represents the presence of God. There are just no examples of the people venerating the ark. Well, I do have something to say in response, and I investigated this one-off claim, and I found that the practice of praying toward the ark did continue. It wasn't a one-off event. although it changed once the temple was built. Jerusalem and the temple become symbols of the divine presence to which people prayed, and I'd even add they bowed. In other words, the cult of God included praying to the temple and bowing to the temple and Jerusalem. Let me provide the evidence. So first, in 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 44, Solomon is addressing the Israelites, and he says, when your people go out to battle against their enemy, and this is similar then to the context of actually Joshua, right? Because this was in the context of a military struggle. By whatever way you send them, and they pray to the Lord toward the city which you have chosen, and the house which I have built for your name. I think this is an allusion in some way to Joshua, right? Because Joshua, after this defeat, he, prays before the ark. And then Solomon's saying, yes, and when we go into battle, God, your people, they can pray towards the city and towards the house that I have built for your name. In verse 48, he says, if they return to you with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their enemies, who have taken them captive, and pray to you toward their land, which you have given to their fathers. Okay, notice it's, and pray to you, right? The city which you have chosen, and the house which I have built for your name. The temple was an object that was prayed to. Similarly, in 2 Chronicles 6:34, it says, when your people go out to battle against their enemies, by whatever way you send them, and they pray to you towards this city, which you have chosen, and the house which I have built for your name. Now, somebody might say, but Swan, this is praying to God. It's not praying to the temple. Well, I mean, the text says that you are praying to God by praying to the temple, which is interesting then. But still, this is, I think, getting the ball going. In Daniel chapter 6, verse 10, we see similarly that Daniel prayed facing the east. And in fact, even into rabbinic Judaism, this practice known as Mizrah, of praying to the east, of remembering Jerusalem, of praying to the temple, that had continued. And even I think Michael has mentioned how the apostles, probably as pious Jews, would have prayed facing east towards the temple as well. In Psalm 5, 7-8, it says, but I, through the abundance of your steadfast love, will enter your house. I will bow down toward your holy temple in awe of you. Lead me, O Lord, in your righteousness because of my enemies. Make your way straight before me. The temple was prayed to and bowed toward in awe of God, in honor of God. And so remember once again that when we think about the temple, this temple, this house for God that was built by King Solomon, he received the designs from David and then he instituted them. This temple that was made by human hands, that was made and filled with images inside of them. You would see Jews praying and bowing to that temple. Surely that's something. Surely that doesn't, that gets the ball going on maybe icon veneration isn't, as Gavin had said, having no foundation. And now, admittedly, this is not exactly like icon veneration, right? I mean, think about it. The presence of the saint is not in the icon, whereas God was in some sense in the temple and Jerusalem. This isn't a controversial point among Old Testament scholars. Somehow on the mercy seat, God dwelled, in the Ark of the Covenant between the two cherubim, right? Now, maybe that's anthropomorphic, something like that, but still, God's divine presence was somehow more acutely, if we can put it that way, in the temple and in Jerusalem. However, it is like icon veneration in that the cultic action of bowing and praying towards a man-made artifact is being regularly done, that is the temple or Jerusalem more broadly. Now, the temple is not the end in itself. Ultimately, it's to God that the prayer and the awe and the honor to the temple is being directed. Veneration principle. But it does become a representation of the divine presence. It becomes glued in Jewish memory. The temple is the symbol of the divine presence, of God's favor towards us. Similarly, an icon is not the end in itself, but a representation of the saint. So you could say that we pray toward the icon, we bow toward the icon, but it's to the saint and ultimately to God. Just as with the Old Testament Israelites, they bowed and prayed to the temple, but it was ultimately towards God. And so my point here is that simply, this is starting to get dangerously close to Nicaea II. I think there's something here that's going on. I'm sure for me as a Protestant, if I read this and saw this, I would have been amazed. They were bowing and praying to the temple, but I thought the Jews would, never do something like that. I thought they were opposed to, they had images because they were allowed to, but they wouldn't bow and pray to the temple. They did. And so let's explore this phenomenon a bit further. How do we get to this point in Israelite history where people are regularly praying and bowing to man-made objects that house the divine presence? Well, in the Old Testament, the boundary between the divine and creation began to narrow as the Israelites made it out of Egypt into the Promised Land, and then finally you have the institution of the Davidic monarchy. When the barrier, the boundary between the divine and creation began to narrow, this had consequences for the cult of God and the Israelite monarchy. So let me give the biblical history of this to illustrate my point. In Deuteronomy 17:14-20, Moses prophesies that the Israelites will have a king or have kings, and he gives instructions. Okay, so from the very beginning, Moses knew that the monarchy that is to come, that is part of the plan of God. That is part of the evolving or unfolding history of God's plan. Now look at this. In 1 Chronicles 29:20, it says this, "Then David said to all the assembly, 'Now bless the Lord your God.' And all the assembly blessed the Lord, the God of their fathers, and bowed down and paid homage to the Lord and the king." Hold on. If I were a Protestant here, I'd be panicking because, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm trying to say here that in the same act of worshiping God, of bowing to God, they are bowing to King David as well. Sorry, that's getting too close, right? Well, I mean, doesn't that remind you of some objections that, when you bow to an image of, let's say, an icon, that's too close to bowing to how pagans bow to the images of their gods? But the thing is, the reason why it's legitimate is because God is uniting himself to creation. He's becoming closer to his people. And so because of that, because of the boundary between the divine and creation is closing, that has consequences for the cult, that has consequences for the veneration of human beings. And I want to thank Brianna Elise Jangsky for bringing this to my attention. But even further then, let's look at Psalm 45:1. "My heart is moved with a good theme. I address my verses to the king." And Old Testament scholars, for example, one of my professors at Harvard, Shia Cohen, he argues, the king here is the Israelite monarch. He says, "Your throne, God." Oh, is he talking about God in heaven? No, he's referring to the king as God, "is forever and ever. The scepter of your kingdom is a scepter of justice. You have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore, God," addressing the king, "your God has anointed you with the oil of joy above your companions." Notice here what's going on. The king is referred to as God, just as in the same act, the Israelites, when they bowed to God, they bowed to King David at the same time. What's going on here is that the gap between creation and the divine is closing. It does prefigure the incarnation and the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. And so here, notice then that this has consequences for what can be done with images and ordinary things like human beings, like the king, or man-made things like the temple. We can start, as the divine presence gets closer to them, bowing and praying to them. And so even when you look at the Old Testament monarchy, I mean, just some archaeology here, at the top you see the seal of King Hezekiah. King Hezekiah, who is known for destroying Nehushtan, right, the bronze serpent, this supposedly maybe, I don't know, I don't want to say Gavin saying this, but some people might say a champion of iconoclasm or aniconism. His seal had the winged sun on it, which was a symbol that you see throughout the ancient Near East of like omnipotence and power, and the Ankh on both sides. Similarly, the seal of Eliakim, my boy Eliakim, has two does on it, right? So you had images now outside of the temple before, right? I'll hold that off. But look, there were permissible images outside of the temple, even images that weren't directly divinely commissioned, but allowed. So what this shows to me then is that when the Davidic monarchy was finally instituted and God's temple was built and he was dwelling with his people, the boundary around images, that began to shift. Things began to change. And then you could start making your own images and having, things like this. And so I quote here from a scholar in his essay on the second commandment and the image in Judaism. But the point I'm making here of Joseph Gutman's argument is that the erection of the Solomonic temple marked the consolidation of a new phase in Jewish history, right? Things were changing, things were moving. Whereas before, it would be unthinkable to make these graven images, to do this sorts of thing. Now under Solomon, Once God had found his king, once God had identified himself, and the cult of God and the cult of the Israelite monarch overlapped, things began to change. And so, once there was a secure kingdom and the cult could be protected by the king, when they weren't any longer in the desert and they could be potentially subject to all kinds of influences, but once Israel was secure, the cult changed, the cult developed, the cult moved now into praying and bowing towards the temple because it has the divine presence, unlike the golden calf. And in fact, I'd say probably that the golden calf, I mean, aside from the problem of the fact that they treated it as if it were God himself, God was saying perhaps, no, you're going to get to be able to pray and bow towards a man-made artifact and thereby honor me, but this isn't how you do it. I think that's what's going on. And so remember in Exodus 25, outside the promised land or Mount Sinai, Moses could only make images that God expressly commanded. And then in Canaan, Joshua could pray before the ark without scandal. And then once we get to Jerusalem, David was allowed to design the temple himself and hand it to his son Solomon. And then the Israelites could then bow and pray towards the temple without scandal. Notice here how things are changing. There's a progression here. And so to illustrate this in a chart, as the heaven and earth were narrowing, we see in the beginning images only if God commands them, according to his exact instructions, right? He's very particular about what Moses can do, how he can build it. He's kind of holding Moses' hand, if you will. So now, okay, we can pray before the Ark of the Covenant. We can design the temple, right? Because God doesn't explicitly give the design of the temple. Rather, he allows David the freedom now to make and design a house for him, but with divine permission, divine commissioning. And then eventually, where does that move to? Bowing and praying towards the temple with images inside. Images are also allowed now outside of the temple by one's own design and without divine commission. The fence around images began to increase over time. What happens to the cult of images once God incarnate has conquered death? Once the veil in the temple has been torn, the division between heaven and earth? What happens once God incarnate has rebuilt David's kingdom? What happens to images? This is a valid theological principle or question that gets us then into the question of the cult itself. And so, I mentioned here a little bit about Nehushtan and the bronze serpent. I just want to say very briefly that, in order to avoid a contradiction, you can't interpret the first commandment and the second commandment apart from each other. If you do, then there is a contradiction. Let me continue then with the question, the apostles, how did they venerate icons? So the first thing to point out is historically, art was usually expensive, like good art. But you can make art with vulgar tools. So, there's the possibility that they could still have had art, but maybe it wasn't like a grand monument like some of the Jews had built, like some of the pagans had for their own deities, right? Maybe the art was maybe not so well made. And if that's the case, then it would have disappeared over time due to erosion or just simply being lost to the historical record. Similarly, to avoid the argument from silence that, for example, if Christians were venerating images, then we would expect someone to be exasperated and say something. I would argue then that if we're going to do this historical reconstruction, the early Christian image veneration can't look too different from their surroundings, right? Now, somebody might say here, well, Swan, that's not positive evidence that they actually had images that they were venerating. And remember, venerating in this broad sense of even acknowledging that they had a sacred use or using in the cult of the saints and thereby having a cultic use. But the thing is, even people who defend the Exodus, Old Testament scholars, they will say that, well, it makes sense why we wouldn't have evidence of a movement of 1 to 3 million people in the Sinai desert, because maybe they had cheap materials, the clothing would have perished easily, there have been wars in the desert, things like that. My point similarly here then is I'm trying to make sense of, well, why don't we, let's say, have, if they were venerating images, right, then why don't we see like people, panicking? And it's probably because the apostles and the early church venerated images in a way that their Jewish brothers and sisters and their Gentile brothers and sisters wouldn't have been too surprised by. In other words, here are some scenarios that I want to actually give. The early Christians, I'm arguing, probably venerated and decorated the tombs and relics of their saints. These tomb decorations are perhaps the prototype of icons. The tomb was decorated or was venerated with decorations there. And as we saw on ossuaries and other sculptures, you could have the image of a menorah, birds, a rosette, something that represented the saint or the person who was deceased as part of the cult of the saint. Similarly, early Christians, I could imagine, mourned the deceased, holding on to relics or other visible reminders of them. Remember the example I gave of Leontius of Neapolis, if I'm saying that right, where he talked about how there are all kinds of different ways where you can venerate something, weeping, holding on to something. And I even would imagine that during Eucharistic celebrations in house churches, during the Thanksgiving sacrifice, during the liturgy, they were remembering these deceased loved ones, these saints like Stephen, and they held on to their relics. Or maybe they held on to other visual reminders of them, like their cloak. Remember, it's a visible object that directs the eyes of the mind to the form, the saint themselves. And even in Tobit chapter 4, verse 17, it says, "Pour out your food and your wine on the grave of the righteous, but do not give it to sinners." So even there, the grave itself can be receiving certain things. And I could see this as being maybe part of the Eucharistic, maybe there's some Eucharistic imagery here that the early Christians would have picked up on. In 3, we see here the early Christians also reinterpret pagan images for Christian purposes, with some images like the Good Shepherd gaining widespread traction in the cult. And so, to quote from Laura Nasrallah, in her book, Christian Responses to Roman Art and Architecture, she says, "It is also clear that Christians from the very start used commonly available images from the very start and applied their own meanings to them. According to Clement, the same Clement who talks about rotting away with your idols, a signet ring picturing a ship properly understood can be a Christian symbol." So in other words, why don't we see maybe early artifacts made by Christians? Because they were using, excuse me for the sound, they were using already the artifacts that they had from their surrounding culture. And I even want to mention here Matthew 22:21 and Mark 12:17, when Jesus took a pagan image, that is the coin of Caesar, well, there we go, and made a valid theological point out of it. Right? Jesus said that whose image is on this coin? Render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, render unto God what belongs to God. Jesus took this pagan image and reversed it into making it a valid theological point. And I could see early Christians then, by inspiration from the Lord, following the example of the Lord, taking pagan images and reinterpreting them into the Christian cult. Now, what is a valid doctrinal development? To not get too specific into, people like, St. John Henry Newman and others, simply a teaching or principle whose truth value does not change, but its reception or understanding does. So, for example, with a doctrine like the Trinity was always there in the New Testament, but the understanding developed, right? That's how I would explain the development of the doctrine of the Trinity, as there was better kind of understanding of the divine nature, how to precisely put the categories together, that built up over time into eventually a more precise articulation of the doctrine that was always true. Now, as the Catholic brothers pointed out, cultic development is distinct somewhat from doctrinal development in that cultic development follows from doctrinal development. So to give an example, with something like Eucharistic adoration, the underlying doctrine of Eucharistic adoration is transubstantiation, is the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. And then in the cult, what we can do with that doctrine then is we can also adore and worship the Eucharist without fear, because it is, Jesus Christ himself. So notice that the underlying doctrine can justify later, let's say, developments in the cultic circle of having adoration there, of having the Eucharist being adored in a distinct way. In other words, the doctrine remained the same, but it was what changed over time was the external manifestation in the cult. But what you need is that doctrine, that principle that is unchanging. Because remember, when something changes, it doesn't radically rupture each time. When something changes, there is one stable substance, but let's say outward accidents begin to change and develop, but the substance is the same. And so I use, for the example, in my last presentation on icons and doctrinal development, the example of a Polaroid. And so let's look at these things. The arguments of Nicaea II. The incarnation of Christ was always true. And that being the case, the incarnation was always, let's say, poised and ready to respond to Gnostic and pagan and Platonic objections against the visible and material world. And moreover, art would have that valid purpose of reinforcing the reality of Christ's flesh. Because, for example, imagine if we held what Irenaeus said, and we, held that, okay, yeah, Jesus was incarnate, he is the incarnate Lord, but he's the invisible God, and we won't have any images depicting Jesus in his humanity. Wouldn't that cause problems? Because, we want to affirm that Jesus Christ was really human, but we make him invisible in our liturgy. There's a conflict there. So art has the purpose of reinforcing the reality of Christ's flesh. This has immediate cultic relevance and value. So similarly, then you could go from the doctrine and a valid statement on what should the cult reflect in that. So then, yes, of course, images of Christ then would have perfectly fine place in the liturgy. In terms of apostolicity, the authorization to create and use sacred art is of apostolic origin. And so I'd say this just simply gives the practice validity from the start, that not only that art can be sacred, but it is endorsed by the apostles. There's the argument from indefectible identity. But it's really, I think, the veneration argument that since image veneration is a valid extension of saint veneration, because both relics and icons direct the eyes of the mind to the form, to the saint, saints can be venerated through their images. I think this is when you combine 1, 2, and 4. I mean, I think 3 just seals the deal, but 1, 2, and 4, you get Nicaea II. In other words, images were always used in the Christian cult, especially for saint veneration. Hence, they always had a cultic use. What changed over time were the specific cultic uses of images, but still in that cult of saints. In Exodus chapter 18, verse 7, Moses, he meets his father-in-law and he bows down and kisses him, and they're reconnecting. And I think there's this beautiful image here of how Moses venerating someone who is living, of honoring him, of loving him, of reconnecting with him. I mean, that's what we do in the liturgy as Catholics. When we enter into that chapel, when we enter into that sacred temple, and we enter into that space, we're reconnecting with the saints triumphant in heaven. We're reconnecting. We're entering into this sacred space that is taking us up to heaven. And so in a beautiful way then, when we kiss and bow to the images of the saints, we're doing what Moses did. We're not honoring something dead, something no longer living. No, the saints are living. And so we can transfer our kisses and our bows of honor towards them. I think this is a biblical practice. And so when I now chart the more complete picture of icon veneration, I think ancient Israel set us up for venerating artifacts and persons who were close to God. And then in Second Temple Judaism and early Christianity, we see already the cult of saints, this idea of creating monuments, of doing liturgical practices, not just in the synagogue, but outside of the synagogue, in your daily life, right? The cult is not just what's going on in the synagogue, it's the community's life. It goes even beyond the synagogue to your everyday life, to the little devotions and practices you do. That's how wide the cult is. So there was art in the cult of saints, and hence there was always cultic use of art, even in the Second Temple and early Christian period. And then from there, using that veneration principle of Basil and Athanasius, you can then expand based on that doctrine of the validity of veneration of saints and the ability to use art to venerate them, the ways in which you venerate the icon to ultimately venerate the saint. So I want to say once again that this is what I think is the consistent principle. Art in the cult of saints, and hence there was always a cultic use of art. And then over time, what happens is the substance is there, that remains unchanging. And then the veneration principle gets us to ask, well, if we can bow and kiss living figures, or excuse me, living persons, and the saints are living persons, then can we bow and kiss the saints through the images? And the answer is yes. And so I responded to the 3 objections from Gavin Ortlund that I articulated earlier in the video. These are my responses. I didn't get to talk about the objection from the anathemas, but I think I want to say here that, I agree with Nicaea II that they got it right. Now, does that mean that the anathemas of Nicaea II automatically apply to Protestants today? I mean, the Catholic brothers and others have mentioned how you need to take things in their context. Surely if a Catholic were to say, I refuse to venerate the sacred images, that would be problematic. But for those who are, let's say, part of the church, but in a different way, right? Let's say they're members of the church by their baptism, but they aren't formal members. there is a difference that we can talk about there. But anyway, because church law, canon law, is part of the life of the church has the right to define these terms. And so Gavin might say, for example, well, the anathemas in their original context, they would have viewed Protestants as, no. The church has the right to define these terms. And so there's a lot that I can say there, but because I'm not focusing on that in my presentation, please just focus on objections 1 and 2, and maybe later I can give a precise articulation of a response to objection 3. Here's my thesis once again, that there is a plausible case to be made of development from the apostles to Nicaea II on the matter of image and icon veneration. And I defended that Nicaea II not only implies but allows for development, and I gave the plausible development narrative from the apostles and even Old Testament Israel to the council. And so I want to close with this. When I was in high school, I mentioned the story on Catholic Answers. I had lost my best friend in a car accident. And I remember this was happening during exam week, and I held on to an image of my friend because it brought me consolation, it brought me comfort, it reminded me of him. It reminded me of the good times. We were in speech and debate together. And so, a lot of my public speaking abilities, he helped sharpen me in that way. And so in a sense, I always remember him whenever I speak. And during exam week, as I had this image out of my friend, to help me through my exams, basically. I didn't know that I was basically a proto-Catholic at this point in high school, if I can say that. I looked over to one of my Hispanic friends, and he pulled out an image of Our Lady of Guadalupe as also a source of comfort and guidance for him. And for the first time in my life, I made, or at least looking back, at the time I didn't make the connection, but looking back, I see a connection there. That the image of the saint, the image of the saint, what we remember the saint as, we don't remember the saint as that corpse in the ground, that body that's wilting away, that relic that maybe keeps just a few pieces. No, what the cult of the saints does, what the cult of images does by depicting the saints in glory, is it takes something tragic, it takes something painful, it takes something that separates us, death, and it converts it and baptizes it into something beautiful. The saints, though departed from their body, though dead in that way, they are more alive than we are because they are in the divine presence. Think about the cross of Christ. The cross of Jesus Christ took a horrendous practice, a horrendous reality of the death of the innocent Son of God. And Christ, by his resurrection and his life, Christ, by his triumph over the devil and over death, turned that cross into a symbol of triumph, of everlasting life. And so when we as Catholics and as Orthodox venerate the saints and venerate their images, we say that the gospel has triumphed, that death is not the end, that the corpse and the grave is not the final word. It is not the final image of the saint and of our loved ones. But that icon, that beautiful icon, that is but a reflection of the glory of the saint in heaven. And so we praise God for taking that cross and turning it into a symbol from death into a symbol of life. We take that saint who has died and using that icon like that cross and turn it into a symbol of life and of triumph. We venerate the saints because Christ has secured the triumph of the saints. We venerate the saints because by honoring them, we honor the one who is the original source of their sweetness, of their life, and of their goodness. And so, brothers and sisters, let us not be afraid of objections and questions. Let's encounter them. Let's love our Protestant brothers and sisters. But let us remember that the veneration of saints and icons, that is but an expression of the scriptures. That is but an expression of the gospel. Our Lord has vindicated the visible world. And art is one way in which we can see the incarnation has taken death and instead overturning it has made it into a symbol of life and triumph. So, brothers and sisters, let us pray to our saints. Let us pray to the Blessed Mother so that ultimately knowing that in doing that we honor Christ because Christ has introduced us to a family. Christ has brought us to a family that is on the earth and in heaven. And that is my presentation. Thank you.